when I shall stand and see all those wicked men in the fire getting burned. That day will come when they will try to escape, when there will be nowhere to run. That day will come when I shall see them handing over bombs and bayonets and bullets and guns. That day will come when Emperor Selassie shall rise the whole of the reggae FIU them from the slum, yeah. And that day I would love to see their face for all those who related to the human race and try to take things out of place, run away to space, through them in a ace. Wow. Of your word and judgment you want go get a taste when them find out say that them can't escape. Sadness they send and the people them chase. Smile on my face. That day will come when I shall stand and see all those wicked men in the fire getting burned. That day will come when they will try to escape, when there will be nowhere to run. That day will come when I shall see they handing over bombs and bayonets and bullets and guns. That day will come when Emperor Selassie shall rise the whole of the reggae FIU them from the slum. Can't escape today, can't escape tomorrow. Make sure you pay back anytime you borrow. Make sure you don't left no life in a sorrow. Make sure you don't lean and straight like arrow. Make sure your brains don't push out in a barrow. Make sure you don't make them walk out and borrow. Yeah, make sure your meditation and narrow. Reggae that FR, alright then, take it up. I will remain the same, healing Rastafari name. And watch them going up in flames. For all those innocent going down the drain, you have to pay for these shackles and chains, and pay for these washing of the brain, and pay for these guns and cocaine, the sick and the lame. Oh, that day will come when I shall stand and see all those wicked men in the fire getting burned. That day will come when they will try to escape, when there will be nowhere to run. That day will come when I shall see they handing over bombs and bayonets and bullets and guns. That day will come when Emperor Selassie shall rise the whole of the reggae. They find them from the slum. Keep it burning, be on fire,
Hello, everyone.
All right.
Yes, good night.
And Sumba, greetings, everyone. Just playing a little bit of vibes before we get started tonight. I'm so excited. All right. It's the top of the hour. People are coming in. That's okay. Let me go ahead and get started by thanking the ancestors. Abene Binhamne Yo Wule. Thank you, wise ancestors of the past. It's on your shoulders that we stand. We ask for your guidance as we go forward, as we receive your strength, understanding that nothing we go through can compare for what you went through. And we get strength knowing all that you've overcome so that we can overcome in our time and fulfill our mission. Abene Binhamne Yo Wule. All right, we got a nice little, it says blessing on the screen. We got a blessing, right? I opened it and right straight away we had some angels come in. That's a good sign. Let's just jump right in. My name is Siphiwe Baleka. I want to thank everyone that's here and those that are coming. Tonight, we are going to have an amazing conversation with Miss Evelyn Jo, and we're going to find out a little bit more about her. and benefit from her wisdom. We have with us two of our regional coordinators for this African diaspora process that we are going through, where we are electing representatives. But more than that and bigger than that, we are becoming conscious of our need to expedite our coordination and organization for our upliftment as African people living outside the continent who need to unite with African people living on the continent, because we are all, as Peter Tosh said, wherever, if you're a Black man, you're an African. We're going to discuss that tonight. And we're going to hear some really interesting perspectives. Mauriel McClurkin is with us. He's the regional coordinator for this process that we're going through in the African diaspora, also known as the Sixth Region. He's the coordinator for the United States region. We also have Philip Springer, who is also going to be fundamental in this conversation, serving as a coordinator for the Caribbean region. Most likely we will have many of the other coordinators on as well. But the way I'd like for this to go is I'm going to give some background information on the development of this diaspora initiative within the African Union. Then I'm going to introduce our special guest, Ms. Evelyn Jo. And then we're going to have a conversation led by Mauriel and Philip, and then we'll take questions and comments. So that being said, let me share my screen. And by way of introducing this conversation, what I'd like to do is just give some historical background, and then our guests will be able to fill us in more about this. And so there's this resource that I prepared. It's called the African Union and the African Diaspora, tracking the AU Sixth Region Initiative and the right to return citizenship. All right. So this is just a historical introduction to set the context. And I'm going to start with 1974, the working paper on desirable results of the Sixth Pan-African Congress held in Tanzania. You can see here, right? One of the main objectives was recognize the principle of dual citizenships for Africans from the West in non-independent situations and who meet the African and Caribbean states' own citizenship criteria, and that a special effort be made to facilitate their acquiring of African citizenship. So in 1974, the Pan-African Congress, Sixth Congress, the issue of our citizenship was a main objective. Then we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, 1981, Article 12, Section 2, every individual shall have the right to leave any country, including his own, and to return to his country. Okay. Then we jump to the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance, Durban Declaration, August 31st to September 8th, 2001. Many people are familiar with the World Conference Against Racism. For those that don't know, Senegalese President Abdoulaye Wade walked out of the World Conference Against Racism. He objected to the principle of reparations. His family were slave owners in Senegal, and he was against reparations. So he had was against the World Conference Against Racism. That's interesting to note because he is the one that proposed the Article 3Q amendment to the African Union Constitution that we're going to talk about. And Evelyn really taught me something this week of great significance about that Article 3Q amendment that states that the objective of the African Union is to invite and encourage the African diaspora in the full participation in the African Union. Anyways, Article point 54 in the Durban Declaration, right, states, we underline the urgency of addressing the root causes of displacement and finding durable solutions for refugees and displaced persons, in particular, voluntary return in safety and dignity to the countries of origin. It urges states to ratify the Geneva Convention, which governs prisoners of war who remain in that condition until their final release and repatriation. As many people know, there's a campaign to have the International Court of Justice give an advisory opinion on our status as prisoners of war under the Geneva Convention. We might talk about that later. But the important part is Section 158 of the Durban Declaration, which recognizes the historical injustices and basically encourages the facilitation of welcomed return and resettlement of the descendants of enslaved Africans. That's point 158 of the Durban Declaration, mentioning the return of the descendants of enslaved Africans as a matter of urgency and the pressing requirements for justice, okay? Including the right to seek just and adequate reparation or satisfaction for damage and legal assistance toward that end. All right, so now we fast forward to the first African Union Western Hemisphere Diaspora Forum in Washington, D.C., December 2002. The forum established the Western Hemisphere African Diaspora Network to interface with the African Union Commission. It was given an 18-month mandate. And out of that first meeting, it was decided that the African Union should consider the African diaspora as business partners. This is important to understand the foundation of some of what we're going through today, right? That we are considered as business partners and not necessarily family members that were taken as prisoners in war, enslaved, and suffered ethnocide that require our release and repatriation. Big difference between prisoner of war and business partner. And so they were talking about issuing a common visa, eliminate business travel visas for diaspora businesses, et cetera. Point 190 out of that final document, we, the participants of the above named working group, that was the working group on democracy, governance, and the rule of law, move that the African diaspora establishes itself for full regional representation at the African Union. The question of how to structure the diaspora representation was discussed. It was agreed that the Western Hemisphere regions would be represented as follows: Latin America, including Mexico and Central America, the Caribbean, Brazil, given its language size and historical disconnect with the rest of Latin America, would be considered its own region, the United States, and Canada. The question of citizenship was discussed extensively, and the following non-exclusive models were proposed: that each member state legislate the right of citizenship to members of diaspora, that the African Union accords certain legal, civil, and economic rights to members of the diaspora, and that the African Union and member states declare all Africans in the diaspora citizens of a new African nation that would be created for the purpose of providing citizenship to people of African descent. And through this process, members of the diaspora will be accorded citizenship to the African Union following the European Union model. So it was floated an idea of let's just create a new African country, and then in that constitution, all members of the diaspora are citizens of that new country. These were some of the models that were discussed. And this is before the African Union, just on the eve of the forming of the African Union. Recommendations. 251, the meeting recommended that the Foundation for Democracy in Africa serve as the coordinating body and be given the specific mandate to follow up on the recommendations of the first AU Western Hemisphere Diaspora Conference and work with the CSSDCA. That was the first body that was mandated to take up this diaspora initiative. To enhance the work of other African diaspora NGOs internationally and in consultation with the AU office in New York for the next 18 months. So that was the first mandated organization to coordinate the organizing of the diaspora. It should be noted, as documented in the third volume of my book, Come Out of Her, My People, Pan-African Black Faith and Diplomacy in the 21st Century, that a memorandum of understanding between the Assembly for Rastafari Universal Education, IRE, that was the organization that I had set up, the Organization of African American Rastafari Unity, and Habesha Inc.
You're breaking up some, Siphiwe. You're breaking up some.
Because I'm going fast. We had signed a memorandum of understanding with the Western Hemisphere African Diaspora Network. The document, again, is in my book. It was the first such memorandum that established the African Union 6th Region Education Campaign. So I'm just highlighting that to show that in the early efforts, we were following the recommendations coming out of the AU Western Hemisphere African Diaspora Conference. Then we get to the Constitutive Act of the African Union and Protocol on Amendments to the Constitutive Act of the African Union, February 3rd through 4th, 2003, at the first extraordinary summit of the Assembly of the African Union, meeting in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I was present in the room at that meeting. If we look at the protocol on the amendments to the Constitutive Act of the African Union, what it actually says, and I'm sure our guest speaker tonight, Evelyn Jo, Miss Evelyn Jo, who I might mention served as the former special advisor to the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. She was appointed in 2015. If you look at the actual protocol, in Article 3 of the Act, Article 3 objectives, it says the objectives of the Union shall be to Q, invite and encourage the full participation of the African diaspora as an important part of our continent in the building of the African Union. Now, one interpretation of this is that it didn't actually invite us. If we read it again, the objectives of the Union shall be to invite us. That's different from actually inviting us. So we might touch on that tonight, but I just wanted to draw that to our attention. Then we have the decision on the development of the Diaspora Initiative in the African Union at the third extraordinary session in Sun City, South Africa, May 2003, right? Where the definition of the diaspora was discussed in the context of the role of the diaspora in reversing the African brain drain in line with NEPAD recommendations. A major objective is the establishment of a diaspora database to promote and facilitate networking and collaboration between experts in their respective countries of origin and those in the diaspora. All right. Then we have the Assembly of the African Union second ordinary session, the decision on the amendments to the Constitutive Act. This is when that Article 3Q amendment was actually ratified. Then we have the very important African Union technical workshop on the relationship with the diaspora held in the Port of Spain, Trinidad in 2004. And if Felipe has joined us, I know he was present and he might have some words to say about his experience there. Out of that came, again, technical workshop on the relationship with the diaspora. The AU would facilitate and coordinate the appointment of representatives of African professional associations to the executive councils of counterpart professional associations in Black nations. The AU encourages representation policies for summits, conferences, workshops, and key meetings, which would allow for the coming together of government ministers within specified diaspora regions in areas of responsibility. The AU Diaspora Initiative should establish criteria for selecting NGOs, private industries, universities, professional associations, and primary and secondary educational systems for partnership in the AU Diaspora Initiative. Regarding NGOs, this refers to the development of selection and evaluation criteria for the 20 NGO positions allotted in Ecosoc. All NGOs and coalitions of NGOs in the Western Hemisphere desiring to participate in the African Union developments of the Diaspora Initiative should register with the Western Hemisphere African Diaspora Network as the first step of membership in this movement. Again, I, as the coordinator of one of my organizations called IRI, with two other organizations, were among the first groups to follow that instruction. And out of that came the first attempt to elect 20 representatives. 3 were elected before the African Union pulled the rug out from underneath us and said they weren't going to recognize the elections, even though we were following their procedure. The AU should mandate regional diaspora secretariats to coordinate and mobilize, when needed, diaspora regional associations, organizations, and institutional sectors. The AU should consider offering diaspora federal citizenship options and establish a task force of distinguished scholars and policymakers to comprehensively study this question and offer policy recommendations to the AU Assembly. So already at this early date in 2004, they were mandated and tasked to come up with legal frameworks, decide the definition of the diaspora, and figure out how to give us citizenship. That was 2004. That's 20 years ago. Okay, so I'm just trying to give you a quick overview of major milestones in the development. And all of these documents are available on this website. I'll drop the link in the chat. You can scroll through. All of the documents are there. You have the report of the first conference of intellectuals of Africa and the diaspora in Dakar, Senegal, came up with recommendations to promote the concept of African citizenship and the establishment of an African passport, assigning responsibility to people in the ministries of African states to interface with the diaspora, the acceptance of the right of return for the African diaspora, okay, a permanent policy dialogue between intellectuals and policymakers in Africa and the diaspora.
Colonial expansion is eager to solidify its foothold in New Zealand.
Can
British settlers are arriving in droves, and tension is simmering between them and the Maori.
All right. The African Union should develop a framework for a wider African citizenship initiative. A bill of citizenship that establishes rights, entitlements, and the duties of African citizens on the continent and in the diaspora. Okay. Establishing the diaspora as the 6th region of the African Union. Okay. So we have that. We have the meeting of experts on the definition of the African diaspora in Addis Ababa in 2005. Following the discussion, right, they settled on the following definition. The African diaspora consists of peoples of African origin, descent. Wait a minute, excuse me. This is the definition. The African diaspora consists of peoples of African origin living outside the continent, irrespective of their citizenship and nationality, and who are willing to contribute to the development of the continent and the building of the African Union. Siphiwe note, this definition is severely flawed in light of the out of Africa DNA studies. What is to stop a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Swede desiring to contribute to the development of Africa, for example, from claiming status as a member of the African diaspora, since current science states that his or her ancestors and all human beings originated in Africa? At that time, I had recommended the following definition. The African diaspora consists of peoples of African origin, descent, and heritage, that's what I added, living outside the continent, irrespective of their citizenship and nationality, and who are willing to contribute to the development of the continent and the building of the African Union. Under this definition, the Swede would be excluded on grounds that he or she did not possess an African heritage. Now, tonight, I know our guest, Ms. Evelyn Jo, is going to, one of the things that she's going to raise is the illegality of this part, who are willing to contribute to the development of the continent and the building of the African Union. She has a lot of interesting things to say about that part of the definition.
The Siphiwe, we're about 25 minutes in now.
Okay. All right. I'm going to wrap it up. It's important to understand that there is all of this history, all of this work, all of this documentation, the challenges of the diaspora representation in the African Union's Ecosoc Assembly, right? In that document is an important section. And then this was a good lead into our guest. Let's see where I can find it. All right, so under the section, the challenges of diaspora representation in the Ecosoc Assembly. This is what we're facing today. This is what we've become aware of as we started this process. It says the ongoing election processes are for regional, national, and continental elections. The African diaspora is also expected to elect 20 representatives into the Ecosoc General Assembly. However, since the provisions of Article 3 on the composition of Ecosoc focuses strictly on social and professional groups within the continent, it would be wise to ensure that criteria for diaspora participation in Ecosoc are clearly spelled out in a framework document that would be endorsed by the relevant policy organs to ensure the legitimacy of the process. They're talking about what it is that we're actually trying to do right now today. The African Citizens Directorate should work on the document as early as possible to ensure quick and effective participation of diaspora representatives in the Ecosoc process. This was in 2005. It's now 2024, and all they have after all these years of this recommendation that it should be done quickly, this framework, all they have is a piece of paper that's a draft that's undergoing administrative review. So let me pause there. There's many more documents. They're available for you to reference that chronicle everything up until the present. That's my historical background and overview to the discussion. And with that, let me briefly introduce our guest speaker, Ms. Evelyn Jo. As I mentioned, among many things, she is a former special advisor to the AU Ecosoc. Back in the spring of 2015, 5 special advisors were appointed to AU Ecosoc, and she was one of them. With that, I will ask Ms. Evelyn Jo to say a little bit more about her background and who she is, and give her the floor to present what she thinks it is we need to hear. Ms. Evelyn Jo, thank you for the great discussion.
The black woman, she has straight, long hair.
Kalista, can you mute your phone? Yeah. Ms. Evelyn Jo, I want to thank you for all the time that you spent with me this week and our great conversations that have enlightened me so much, which is why I insisted that you come tonight. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. Can you hear me? It's an honor and a privilege to be invited to this conversation for an issue that is simple.
Thank you.
You hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I said it's an honor to be invited to speak on an issue that is seemingly straightforward, but it has been difficult to implement since 2003. For you, it goes beyond political or economic consideration. For you, descendants of your ancestors who were forcibly taken out of Africa, many died in the Middle Passage. It's an emotional and spiritual journey. Again, it goes beyond the political or business partnership. I would, if you go to the topic, I'm supposed to be limited to what I know. I was hesitant to get into this conversation. Because there's nothing that I can say that is not already in the document you all can read. So I will be specific on what I know from an experiential perspective. And let me clarify something that Brother Siphiwe said. No, the African Union did nothing illegal. When it defined the diaspora, it's what it said. People who are willing and able. But we have to understand, and that goes to the heart of the conversation or the topic. They're different. The diaspora, African diaspora, is used by many constituencies and populations, meaning different things. So if you look, there's a different definition that AU member states use. It never says willing and able to contribute. We can go Malawi. I can read, but it's not necessary. These are people from that country. And if you take how the member states define their diaspora, it excludes the historical, because it would say people from, for example, people from Malawi origin, living outside. If I think Malawi said, if you live outside for 6 months, you are a diaspora. So AU did nothing illegal. It's just different definition or different interpretation of that definition. That was what I was supposed to clarify, because it leads to what you call policy incoherence. And Mr. Baleka, if you look at the framework that Mr. Powell is supposed to produce for the modality to include the diaspora, it said for 40 million. It uses a migration model. So it's just a difference on how we use the definition. There's nothing illegal. Because you cannot use, if you use the AU definition, it's going to violate the constitution of member states, because you do not objectify your citizens as willing and able to contribute. So that may pertain to the historical African diaspora, but it doesn't pertain to the contemporary diaspora. These are citizens of AU member states. And if you look,
Evelyn, can you quickly give an example of what you meant? Because when we were talking, you gave an example of how that condition doesn't apply in some circumstance. Can you give an example?
Yeah, it doesn't apply. The AU definition of the diaspora doesn't apply to member states. And that is one of the roadblocks. So
no, what I meant was, like, for example, when you say a nation can't mandate willing and able as part of the definition of citizenship. If I remember our conversation, you were giving the example, what if you have an infant who's born in the country?
Okay. And it doesn't. No member states defines its diaspora exactly as the African Union does. So there is nothing illegal, because it would say, let me go Kenya, and I'll quote word verbatim. Let me, because I have a couple. Kenya. Let's see, Kenya. Okay, let me go Kenya. It would say, okay, Kenya, diaspora consists of people of Kenyan origin and non-resident Kenyans residing outside the country. But coincidentally, Kenya has dual citizenship, so it wouldn't matter. Mm-hmm. So they're all diasporans. Then we'll go, and if you see, most of member states, they have the diaspora office, and the diaspora is included in the developmental. For example, Kenya diaspora is included in Kenya Vision 2030. Okay, so if you, excuse me, let me finish. And it goes. So now, if you take how the African Union member states define their diaspora, most of their diasporas are in Africa itself, because anybody who is in, if a Kenyan is in Uganda, that's a Kenyan diaspora. And even if you go to Ghana, if you go to Ghana Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they list Ghanaian diaspora. They even need Africa diaspora. If you look, it has the Africa region. The same thing with Nigeria.
Okay, let me hold on 1 second. I want you to continue with this, but I'm going to try one more time, because I remember in our conversation, you were trying to make a point about the clause. You were asking me to consider the clause willing and able to contribute. And then you had given an example. Well, what about an infant? How does that clause, how can an infant be said to be willing and able to? You were making a point about that. I'm just asking you if you could elaborate on that.
Mr. Balek, I think you misinterpret. This,
well, this is why I'm asking the question. This is why you're here to clarify.
I've told you the clarity is that there is an African Union definition. Okay, I think in 2005, Professor Keshi, that was the permanent representative at the African Union. I think Nigeria was the chair at that time. And incidentally, Professor Joseph Keshi is the person who did launch the Nigerian diaspora in 2000 in Atlanta. So, they're using dual, they differentiated. Okay, so now they do not. So it is not illegal. AU is not doing anything illegal. Okay, let's not make that clear, because it talks about a diaspora that doesn't really concern member states. Member states diasporas do not depend on AU. They're already integrated. Let's take Senegal. Senegal have a seat in their parliament, the same Algeria. So we have to, that is why we talked about differentiating the diaspora in order to stop the merry-go-round.
Okay,
we can because go forward if with you that. Because if you use, it's like they said a problem well stated is a problem half solved. So if you go with that AU definition of the diaspora, it hasn't even to invite. And you have to, Mr. Baleka, I ask you to go to the outcomes of the Global African Diaspora Summit, page 3 to 5. It linked the seat region is under intergovernmental political. So it's not about civil society organizing to create a seat union. It is linked. It is intergovernmental. Look at page 3.
So secondly, this is I have it on the screen. The Declaration of the Global African Diaspora Summit.
I have it too. So secondly, if you look where it sits, seat is under political. It is intergovernmental. Secondly, in May 2017, when Haiti was declined, when the application of Haiti was declined to become a member of the African Union. That press release referred it to the seat region. So it referred that the seat region is not yet in place. Okay, the press release about declining Haiti's membership in the African Union. Haiti has been an observer since 2012. So everything is linked the seat region. So the question that every reasonable person can say, if the seat region is intergovernmental, that needs to be resolved. It means Article 29 needs to be amended. Article 29 needs to be amended. Okay, and yes, we agree that Article 13 was amended, but it wasn't ratified. So we can talk about amendment. It has to be ratified. And if you look at Article 22 of the AU Constitutive Act on the Ecosoc, it says member state organization. So Article 22 has to be ratified before you go ahead with your election. And if you look, then the question, why the topic? Why I focus on the topic? If you look at the diaspora, member states are integrating the diaspora in their national development. So which diaspora are we talking about? Let's be reminded that the AU Executive Council are made up of foreign ministers who are dealing with their diaspora. So won't it be reasonable that we have that discussion before you go about with organizing for election? And if we know that the diaspora, the seat region is intergovernmental, not civil society. That's a challenge. Because we can read all the documents that we want to read. It wouldn't make any difference if the Constitutive Act is not only amended, but ratified. And I want to limit myself to what I know from experiential hands-on knowledge when I work with Ecosoc, and we organized the first and last AU Ecosoc Diaspora Conference for 3 days. We dealt with these issues. The ambassadors were there. That is when we realized that this definition is not applicable to AU member states. Do we disagree?
Well, let me ask our other guests, speakers tonight, Moriel and Philip, if they want to enter the conversation, agree, disagree, ask questions, right? So if I understand it correctly, the African, what is being presented is that the African Union's definition of the diaspora is not in alignment. You used another word earlier tonight. There's an incoherence with the African Union member states. So can you restate the question you just asked me, and we'll have Moriel and Philip enter.
Okay. What I'm trying to clarify, like you said, when the Senegalese president at that time, Wale Abdoulaye, in February 2023, talked about the seat region. As you know, the foreign ministers commissioned CEDAW to go and define the African diaspora. And I think you all went to Trinidad and Tobago. Who was there? The Prime Minister Manning. Patrick Manning was the Prime Minister. I read his thing. He told you, the Caribbean have told you, in every of these conferences that we have on diaspora, I have the note. I can read what he said, that you of the African continent, we are also trying to organize the Caribbean diaspora. If you look at the ministerial conference in South Africa, the first ministerial conference in South Africa, 2007, they said the same thing. So I think it is, you call it intellectual dishonesty to practice one thing and believe in another thing, or cognitive dissonance. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So the earlier we face this, I think they were trying to do their best. It was a political definition. It was urban. It was futuristic. Okay, but the classical diaspora, the classical is organic. It forms on its own. And you see, when you guys went to, in 2004, you said that they shouldn't focus on national group, but national group are the bane of the diaspora. The diaspora is necessarily transnational. It came to prominence in 2003 when they realized the contribution of the diaspora in the development of their country. That led to the first ministerial conference in 2003. It was focused on the contribution. And when you all went to Trinidad and Tobago, who was there also? The office of the International Office of Migration, right? So you came out of that conference to describe the classical diaspora. And Tambo Becky said the diaspora must be linked to productivity. So they came up with a definition, but that definition cannot apply to continentals.
You had called that clause a utilitarian clause, and the definition is a utility. Can you discuss that? That is what I was trying to get at.
Okay, it's not illegal, but that's what it is. It says that able and willing to contribute. Able and willing to contribute. So people, any person of African descent who is not able and willing to contribute, what does it say logically? You don't have to believe in me. You don't have to listen to what I say, but it says you have to be able and willing. So a child cannot be, if you cannot, an unemployed person cannot be, if you're not willing and able to contribute, you cannot be an African diaspora based on the definition. It's not what I'm saying. It's what
that was the point. Thank you. That was the point I was trying to get you to elaborate, because when you first told me that, I had never considered that. And this interpretation that you're giving us is at the heart of the matter, because this was an issue in my dealings with AU Ecosoc. For example, there were many people that wanted to fulfill what they believed was an invitation to participate fully. And for them, that meant actually physically coming. And yet they weren't big businessmen. They weren't these entrepreneurs with a lot of resources. And yet they wanted to repatriate home. And it seemed like they were being left out, like they didn't have a right to return. Did you want to comment on that? And then I do want to get Moriel and Philip in.
Go back to article, go back. You see, let's not cloud the issue. I understand. Go back to Article 13. It talks about migration. It talks AU is an intergovernmental organization. AU does not grant citizenship, and it cannot impose on sovereign states. It cannot. That is what we fail to understand. It says common interest. Okay, here. Go 13. Go 13. Immigration. Go down.
Go down.
Immigration. Yeah. 13. Oh, go back. 13J. But if you look, common interests of member states. So
let me ask a question that I think will sort of continue to be insightful in this discussion. I think one of the points that I hear you saying is that when what you referred to as the differing interpretations of the term diaspora. And I think I'm hearing you say, and I just wanted you to clarify that when the member states were using the term initially diaspora, they were referring to their citizens who have migrated to other places, whether it's outside of the continent or whether it's other countries inside the continent. For example, so if you were a Nigerian and you ended up in Ghana, then you were a member of the Nigerian diaspora. So the term was, the term, so you're saying that from that perspective, the term was predominantly focused on citizens who had migrated outside of their country. Whereas when we in the historic diaspora heard the term, we assumed it was speaking primarily of us. Is that
no, that's not correct.
Okay, go ahead.
It seems as if that was for historical because it says the African Union, that it says living outside people of African descent outside Africa. So we can infer logically.
Yes.
Logically.
Yeah.
This is a logical inference that it is historical.
Right.
Because if you look at if you study, because that's what I did, I studied the diaspora from Algeria to Zimbabwe. Okay, so I could tell. So now, if you go to NIDO, they're listed on your website. NIDO, there's NIDO Africa, there's those in Africa. So now, if you look at the current modality, the instrument, it listed diaspora as 40.6. So you can say we are going through the same, hitting the brick wall. So it says 40.6. So that 40.6 is based on migration.
Those who are citizens that are migrating to other places. That's what you mean.
Okay, there are two kinds. There are non-resident citizens. Those are people, if you have a green card, you're not, So they take your citizen, but some, it doesn't really matter because if you're of that origin, there's a unique one because dual citizenship, so the dual citizenship for member states, it's not giving you a new citizenship. It's making you retain your citizenship when you acquire another citizenship, the second one. So, but like in some countries, like Kuwait or United Arab Emirates, they would not allow you to do that. So your country can have dual citizenship, can give dual citizenship, but people take this other citizenship for other reasons. So what Ethiopia came up with is yellow card. Ethiopia doesn't have dual citizenship, but if you take another citizenship, they give you what you call a yellow card. With a yellow card, when you travel to Ethiopia, you don't need a visa, you can work. You can retire and earn your pension. Your child, when they're 18, they can get their own yellow card. Before then, they're under your yellow card. So the member states, this African, the definition doesn't affect member states. It doesn't apply to them because if you do that, you can be violating their constitution. I think that is what Brother Baleka, we got confused on that. So
I think Brother Springer wanted to share some thoughts on.
Well, thank you very much, Brother Kirkland. I have probably more questions at this point than I have even comments, simply because the first thing I would ask is, what is your definition of diaspora? You've kind of issued some of that already. The second part of that would be, what then, if the definition that you gave earlier which is rather confusing because you talk about persons leaving Nigeria, for instance, and migrating to Ghana, and they become part of the Nigerian Ghanaian diaspora. I understand that. I'm a Barbadian that grew up in Canada, so I was part of the Caribbean or the Barbados diaspora in Canada. So I understand that concept, but what I'm a bit confused about, and I think our brother McClurkin did allude to it in his question. How do we define then the sixth region and the persons of African descent who are not necessarily born on the continent? Where do they get their definition?
Mr. Springer, my focus is not to render opinion, it's to explain the facts.
Okay.
I did not give any definition. I read verbatim. If you go to Kenyan diaspora policy, I just read it.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, so it is not what I did not define anything. I'm just reading. I'm just reading your definition. And secondly, in 2007, during the first ministerial meeting, the question was asked, what of people who are not of African descent? Today, you have a coalition government with AD in South Africa. These are African citizens. They may be living outside the diaspora. I think I have the answer. I think I have the answer here in that. So it has been a definition, a conversation fraught with complications. Okay, so even there's Asian Ugandans. Museveni made special effort to include Asian Ugandan in the diaspora. So if you define, let's have this in the back of what are the policymakers. They are also facing they are also maybe facing the incongruities. Okay? Because you cannot tell they're white people, they're Arabs.
Let me chime back in then. So again, as you are stating your understanding of not what you define it to be, but what the definitions were as they were developing this, as the AU was developing this concept of the diaspora. And diaspora, but rather those citizens of African AU member states who are traveling, who are migrating outside of their countries, and thus even the numbers that they use are figures based on migration. Am I stating it correctly?
I'm going to refer you to the document. What I want to emphasize that I'm not rendering an opinion or
no, I'm clear about that. Yes,
I'm giving, and I can, Brother Baleka, you have the document from Mr. Michael, the consultant. It is stated there. All I'm doing, I can refer you to what the AU technical workshop, when you guys were there in 2004 in Trinidad and Tobago, the Prime Minister was Patrick Manning. He said, you of the African Union are therefore on the right track as you seek, among other things, to rid the continent of the vestiges of colonialism and apartheid. He also said the Caribbeans, he also stressed about the Caribbeans, what the Caribbeans are also doing. So the question, if reasonable people look at these documents,
Brother McKirkland, this is the question I'm trying to get at, because not just now, for some time, we've been trying to understand our sovereignty here in the Caribbean. We do not understand the language that is being used in this document simply because it is so vague. It is so, it is written in a manner that it could be almost interpreted any way you feel like. So therefore, given that perspective, we choose to interpret it. And I will say this, based on the people that I've been in communication with, we take an opposite view of what you have just said. Not that you're saying your opinion, you're reading what is being projected or perceived to be a policy. And that policy goes in complete contravention of how we see ourselves in the Caribbean. Please elaborate.
So, okay, let me say this. Mr. Baleka has been leading you. He has the document. Okay, so let's take, when they talk about the SID region, if you take Trinidad and Tobago, when Ecosoc, let's take Trinidad and Tobago, the majority are Indian diaspora. The same thing with Guyana. So perspective may differ. Perspective may differ because these countries are not majority people of African descent. So your issue is with the policymakers. I came in because this conversation has been going on for 3 years, since 2003. The question, it was amended in 2003. It has not been ratified in 2024. So the issue is not, it's like giving you the documents. So now, if you go, and the critical thing is that the SID region is intergovernmental. It is there in black and white as one of the outcomes of the Global African Diaspora Summit of 2012. You can argue with the policymakers that it is there. It was reemphasized in 2017 when Haiti's membership was rejected. So there's a difference between what we want it to be and what it is. So now that you know.
Let me interject there. I agree with that. So would it be fair to say then that this is an arena of contestation? What Philip is saying is, hey, look, we have our issue. We see it this way. We know ourselves to be of African descent. That this AU ecosystem is itself the arena for contestation on this issue.
Siphiwe, can I also add that people who will want to ask questions raise their hand, click on the raise your hand buttons, because we are hour in and we want to make sure that we are taking some questions too. So just click the raise your hand button if you want to ask questions or make any comments.
Okay, and if somebody can read it, because I have the documents here. I'm going to emphasize again that I'm going to limit and restrict myself to just the document. I'm not making an opinion. I'm not advocating, because that is going to be beyond my call of responsibility here tonight. I'm just giving you because I was there. I was there when the Western Hemisphere African Diaspora Network, that could be a forerunner because it listed to the concept of the SID region.
That's a very interesting statement, and that you hitting all the nails here. Now, are you suggesting that based on, it's not your opinion, but based on the language of this document, the sixth region does not exist, nor does, for that matter of fact, the diaspora in the simple concept that we consider ourselves to be as a block? In other words, we can be diasporans. but we have no official capacity with the sixth region in the AU. Even this geographical description of the sixth region, which I'm still a little vague about. Let us understand what is the sixth region. Let us understand what makes up, if we are part of a region and we're diasporans in that region, no matter where we come from, do we then have status in the AU? That is the question I'm trying to drive at.
I'll go. I'll come to that. Mr. Baleka,
Yes.
I'll come to that. Can I take that off? I'll come to that. You can raise that question. I have the answers. You can take that African. Okay, thank you. Mr. Springer?
Yes.
I think you are intelligent enough to have you know the answer. You know the answer to that. So now, in the WADE, in February 2003, during the Executive Council meeting, came up with the sixth region concept. It was euphoric. It was a novel concept. The other AU, the other foreign ministers, they know what he was saying. So they passed the ball, like, kick the can down the road. Cedar, go and figure this out. So by the time what it was saying, it didn't even apply to Senegalese diaspora because Senegalese diasporans had dual citizenship. A child born to a Senegalese, before you get out of the hospital, it's a Senegalese. The same thing with Nigerian. So now, the sixth region thing, symbolic, that's what Jimmy Adisa said in 2010 when they had a meeting in New York. They went to South Africa and look at the South. It said in the future. It says sixth region in the future.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Baleka, verify, fact check. It said future.
Yes.
It happened there. So we look at the mirror. We don't like what we see. It's not argue, but that is what it is. So in the future, that's 2012. Future. So now we are in 2000. Everybody got the merry way. In 2017, May, the AU issued a press release that, contrary to rumors, Haiti cannot be admitted because of Article 29. It has not been ratified. And in the Global African Diaspora Summit, you saw it. The sixth region is intergovernmental, not professional groups the professional groups cannot determine the sixth region. The sixth region is not a geographical expression now.
All right, let me intervene real quick. For some of our people who are not familiar with these documents, these instruments, I've dropped the link in the chat, and it has in chronological order a lot of these documents. Miss Evelyn Jo had mentioned Dr. Jimmy Adisa. Just so you know, this is part education. He was the director of the Citizens and Diaspora Directorate, which is CEDO, right? Which is responsible for the Diaspora Initiative. You can read his remarks in 2010. And Miss Evelyn Jo has been referring quite frequently to the declaration of the Global African Diaspora Summit that was held in South Africa in 2012. That document is also here, and you can actually read what it says because it's
that
being
is intergovernmental,
right? Because
so,
it's.
Can I say something, Mr.? Can you? These are your people. It would so that we can, because we can. It's there. Political intergovernmental cooperation. The sixth region comes out under intergovernmental cooperation. That there is no way there's no way civil society groups can form the sixth region. It has to be intergovernmental. And if you see the outcome of this is cooperation to cooperate. political cooperation, economic cooperation? Okay.
So
So
let
hold on.
me stop. Hold on. Let's stop right here. Let's look at point J of this 2012 document that is being referred to. It says, encourage African Union member states to urgently ratify the protocol on the amendments to the Constitutive Act, which I showed earlier tonight, which inter alia invites the African diaspora, an important part of our continent, to participate in the building of the African Union. So right then and there, at this point in 2012, right, it says urgently ratify the protocol. So the protocol that invites and encourages the diaspora, unratified, means we're not actually invited yet. It's just a plan to invite. Hold on one second. I want to get to point K, and then you can comment. Point K says, encourage the diaspora to organize themselves in regional networks and establish appropriate mechanisms that will enable their increasing participation in the affairs of the African Union.
You skipped the future. You skipped the future.
No, I haven't skipped anything. I'm reading it word for word. I'm looking right at it, and I haven't skipped anything. I'm reading it word for word. It says, encourage the diaspora to encourage themselves in regional networks and establish appropriate mechanisms that will enable their increasing participation in the affairs of the African Union as observers and eventually in the future as a sixth region of the continent that would contribute substantially to the implementation of policies and programs. Okay?
Question to you. Question.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Baraka, if you go, there's a subsection. Girl, what is the sixth region? Is it CSR? Because, for example, if you go, we have the 5 regions. These are regions. These are geographical expression with jurisdiction. Then there are CEOs. So if you go, this is other political intergovernmental.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, so
I think the question you were asking is, what is the sixth region? And at this point, okay, can somebody mute their phone? There's a lot of interference. Okay. At this point in 2012, and I hadn't skipped it, I just hadn't got to it yet. It says eventually in the future as a sixth region. So the sixth region at this point is an objective and
it does not exist.
Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't exist. I'm getting there. Just everybody calm for a minute. Let's just go through this step by step. At this point, it's a concept. It's an aspiration and it's a stated objective of the African Union. Okay. It hasn't been fully conceived and built. We are in the process of building that. Now, even at this point in 2012, when we read this, what Miss Evelyn Jo introduced when she used the incongruency or the cognitive dissonance or the
policy incoherence.
Policy incoherence. Yes, that's a term. All of that is when we read, for example, in section J, right, where it says invites the African diaspora. Right now, in the minds of different groups, that means something different.
No, I want to clarify. I don't want to be misquoted. If you see, we skipped this, we've avoided the topic. Okay? So I was saying that based on the different diasporas, it is not incongruent because they're not applying it. It would have been. It would have been. So now they are not applying it to their own citizens. They are not, the member states are not applying the AU definition on their own citizens. So there is no cognitive dissonance or incongruity.
Okay, all right.
So that is what I want to, yes.
So therefore, at this point, based on that, a common person reading this would believe that they are talking about the historic diaspora right? Primarily, and in the future being part of a sixth region that is yet undefined. We are in the process.
I think reasonable people can come to the conclusion that the sixth region would only be historical because the continentals are in their regions. For example, in 2014, the ECOWAS held the first ECOWAS diaspora conference at the Nigerian embassy. If you look at SADC, in 2016 or 17, the SADC tried to came up with the integrating SADC diaspora in the affairs of the SADC, that's the Southern African Development Community.
Yes.
Okay, same with ECOWAS.
So I would agree with you, Ms. Evelyn Jo, that reasonable people would think that the term African diaspora refers specifically or even exclusively to the historic diaspora until you introduce the African Union's own definition, which literally says consisting of people of African origin living outside the continent, irrespective of their citizenship and nationality. So when the African Union introduces that definition, it's first the historic diaspora, and then secondly, the contemporary or migratory, right, diaspora, because it's irrespective of citizenship. So one other thing. I just want to make it known, and so that people have these documents available. Fast forward from 2012 and the debate on the definition of the diaspora to 2023. Okay, so I was asked by Michael Powers, director of ALT Advisory, that is the firm that was hired by the AU to create the legal framework for the diaspora's inclusion in AU Ecosoc. I was asked to submit a brief recommendations for the inclusion of the African diaspora in the African Union's Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. I was asked to answer 4 questions. The first question was, what was the original plan for distributing the 20 seats reserved for the diaspora? How was this determined? And what was the process for election? I was asked this because I was involved in it, and I gave a history of it. The second question that I was asked, and I'm not going to go through this because it's available. I've already posted this in all of our groups. Hold on just 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Everybody can read it for themselves. The second question was, what should be the definition of the African diaspora organization? The third question was, do you have a view or research on relevant distinctions and appropriate definitions for historic and contemporary diaspora following our consultation, or any other further categories that may exist within the diaspora? And then the fourth question was, let me find it. Granting of consultative status to African diaspora CSOs to further enable the engagement with AU Ecosoc and other organs. Okay, so I just wanted to let people know you can. It's not, at least in this process, as late as 2023, as a representative of the historic diaspora who was kind of knowledgeable about these things, we did give our input on these things to come up with a better definition. Additionally, there's one other resource I'd like to make known, and then we'll continue the conversation. When Her Excellency Ambassador Erikana Chihombori-Quao had called for the 8th Pan-African Congress Part 1, the limited objective for that Pan-African Congress was the establishment of the AU 6th region. As the coordinator for the agenda for that, I was tasked on how do we craft an agenda that would be focused exclusively on that. And we set up a number of committees. One of the committees that we set up was a committee on the definition of the African diaspora. That committee met for weeks. And my hat's off to all the members of that committee, and they had produced this report that goes into great detail on this very topic. I've also made this available in our regional subgroups. But we went into great detail on this question and analyzed it and came up with proposed definition of the diaspora. So I'm not going to go into that. I just wanted people to be aware that they exist and that they.
But I say something. This is
let me
direct.
let me interject before. Let me interject first. The time element. We're at an hour and 15 minutes now. So I just want to be.
Yeah. Let me say this. For the purpose
I see one hand raised too.
For the purpose of my participation, I cannot be involved in all the documents that your group used. I don't know. I was here for a limited purpose to say, and I would say the AU Ecosoc did nothing wrong. They're also they have their mandate. They're looking at Article 22. It has not been even amended. It says member states. So the AU Ecosoc was right to call to have the 4th General Assembly just for the 5 regions. Because
so if that's the case, let me hold on, a little pushback. If that's the case, hold on. If that's the case, what are we to make of Ecosoc Statute Article 5, Section 3 that says African diaspora civil society organizations, right? Create your own modalities and elect your. First of all, Ecosoc is civil society, and they told us, as civil society in the diaspora, right, to come up with our own modality for choosing 20 representatives to take seats in Ecosoc. So based on what you were saying, what are we to make of that specific statute?
We have a hand raised. Excuse me 1 second.
Mr. Baleka?
Okay, hold on. Answer that, then we'll get to it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Baleka, you are wishing, and you know the fact. First of all, we have established that document.
Wait a minute. No, I didn't wish that this Ecosoc statute exists.
Okay,
it exists. And the question is,
let me say something.
How do we interpret that?
That document was written in 2005. And you know, the head of states met. If they wanted, it was an expression. It is an ongoing process. When they met in 2012, they had the opportunity to ratify. They called on member states to ratify. They did not. It has not been ratified. So you cannot come back. But let me finish.
That was the clarification. That was the clarification that we needed. That's why I asked the question, right? How do we interpret that? And you answered it. Yeah,
Henry Shillingford, will you unmute yourself, please, and make your comments or questions?
Okay, thank you.
Henry. I recognize Henry Shillingford.
Brother Emru.
You're muted. You're muted.
You're
sir.
muted.
You're muted. We can't hear you. Unmute yourself. Let unmute yourself. We still can't hear you. You're muted. Okay, let me move on. I see someone. Kasiki, you want to make comment?
Brother Kasiki.
You have to unmute yourself.
He's not
Oh,
muted.
now I did. Okay, I'm sorry. I just found the unmute.
Okay.
May I?
Go ahead. Yeah.
May I?
Yes, please.
Okay, and thank you so much. It's very educational. We certainly gone to a level here where we don't even exist. So now it's interesting. Now, the first thing I would like to say to the audience, the fact seems to be that this national diaspora situation does not affect the AU definitions. And in law, national law will supervene international law. So whatever the AU has is an international law, and a direct diaspora, whether they're in Gambia and they're from Nigeria, that's something that will not concern us. However, what does concern us, even if we don't exist now, I'd like to learn from people who know what is the specific powers of each region. We understand the powers of each state within the African Union. I am not clear if I'm going to be a region, what would be my power and how do I exercise it as a region in the AU? That's the clarification, because I'm clear on everything now except for that.
If you look at the African Union, first of all, the African Union is an intergovernmental body. Okay. You have the sovereign states, they have their own constitution. Then you have the regions. So you have the regions, they are regional economic communities. Okay, there are 8. Okay, so the regional economic communities are the building block of integration. So you have the national.
But you say there are 8. I thought there was 6 at 5.
Okay, hold on.
There's 8, but there's 5 that yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
So they are geographical regions. Yeah, they're geographical regions, north, west, east, south, and central. Okay, they are the recs, because some like this. There's a region with at the Comesa, like Comesa has different region in Comesa. Okay, so now the regionals, the recs, they form the building blocks integration. There is a policy of subsidiarity with the AU. It starts, if you look at the Agenda 2063, it has at the national level what is supposed to be done at the national level, what is supposed to be done at the regional level, and what is supposed to be done at the continental level. Okay, here's some implication. The diaspora comes at the national level. I think if you look at aspiration 16 goals, yeah, so if they mandate that the diaspora should form, they should have diaspora offices, that is at the national level. And if the AU deals with the subsidiarity, it starts at that level. The national includes the local government. So you can see all of this complication. So there's no diaspora at the continental level. The diaspora comes at the national level. And most diasporans, most governments have diaspora offices. And some are renaming their their Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Gambians abroad, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Algerian National Community, Algerian National Community abroad. Ministry
I don't want to interrupt. We understand that. I understand that there's national diaspora law.
Excuse me, sir. Before you have a response, again, just hold on. Let me get one more question in. There was a JAF admin.
I'll have to leave. I'm sorry. My time. I think I have actually fulfilled my role to explain what the policies are. So that is what.
So hold on a second. So actually,
the document would not.
So Miss Evelyn Jo, we're going to need a part 2, because actually the title of tonight's town hall, we wanted to go into strategizing. And I know that you have something to say about how the different diasporas should go forward. So
Yeah.
we may need to have a part two, because that's also what we want to hear your ideas about. What you shared with us tonight was incredibly enlightening. It's probably new to a lot of people. It might have been over the heads because, you know, you and I take for granted the knowledge base, the documents, the historic, the chronology, the issues. But as a result, we are educating this community, and we're going to go back into our networks and be discussing this. So we definitely we want to thank you. And as you and I both talked about, the intellects, you know, iron sharpens iron. So the fruit of these passionate conversations is clarity, is some understanding.
So there was one last question, though. I wish we could get to him because he was just waiting so long. We can close out on him. It was JAF admin.
Yeah.
If we can just close out on him, that would be great. Mr.
Yes.
JAF admin.
Thank you. Dr. Siphiwe, how you doing? Thank you, Miss Evelyn Jo, for being here as well. Just some clarification. I represent Haiti, and it's a very interesting that you mentioned that we were denied members of the AU since 2013. Since I just got to know you, I would like to know Mr. Mohamed Zouani, I believe. Is he still the head of the African Union?
Okay, Haiti has been an observer of the AU. They are non-African states who have observers status. So
no,
now AU was declined in 2016.
Okay,
Yes.
so the fact that our origin is Igbo, Benin, that we are the first free Black republic, that's a different topic for Haiti to even be involved in any type of elections. We're not even considered an African nation, which is beyond ridiculous to me. But I'd like to know the sixth region. I, didn't even know that it didn't really exist. Who's the decision makers? What's the name of the decision makers who are sending cease and desist, or who are making decisions on this process where you got about 65 people on there that wants to actually move forward with a solution? Who are the gatekeepers behind the scenes? Can you put that in the chat so we can research them and find out what?
That, with all due respect, that is beyond my participation. I wouldn't get involved with that.
Got it. So we're just going to allow people to make decisions on this process, which I think is a positive one, and I think it needs to go forth. But that's just, again, our opinion. We are Haiti, but we are representative of a very powerful African nation, and I think we need to respect the process of what we want to do as a collective, rather than not answering questions or not really empowering the African Union. Nation.
I think first of all, Dr. Truthby, the documents are there. The AU Ecosoc did nothing wrong because AU Ecosoc is an organ. You have the General Assembly, the General Assembly of the African Head of States. If they wanted to ratify, they had opportunity to do so. So we cannot have an organ that reports to the Executive Council to make a decision that has not been ratified by that body. So they
but
did
we
not.
Don't, right.
Yes,
we
so
don't know the name of the body. You don't want to address the name of the bodies because we're not a respecter of persons. I just and I appreciate the time. I know you have to go, but I think we need to have a part two, as Brother Siphiwe just mentioned, so that way we can have clarification for those who want to move forward with a righteous and justice process. Thank you.
And while you're at it, and before you go, all due respect, I would like to have a definition of what is the mandate of the AU relative to the sixth region, and in particular the Caribbean, because that is my neck of the woods.
Okay, and once again, hold on, slow down. First of all, this is in response to Truth Bay and Philip. This was the reason why I showed you all of these documents that I compiled, because the answers to those questions first are in there. we have to do our homework. I did it. I compiled it so that everybody, hold on. I compiled it so that everybody could do their homework, right? And then we come together again and have a discussion at a different level, because you got to get under the hood. You got to get to the engine, the nuts and bolts. And then when we have a guest such as Miss Evelyn Jo, who has been there, right? Then we can understand what she's saying at an even deeper level and a greater understanding. We can give simple answers. Okay, well, who are the decision makers? Well, the head of the Ecosoc Secretariat is William Carew. Anybody can go to the AU Ecosoc website and find out about William Carew and get his email address and send him an email. Whether he answers it or not is another matter. The presiding officer, you can go to the AU website. So you can find out who are the officers, and they are the quote unquote decision makers. But it's in it's the question that Philip asked, right? Some of those answers it's a 20-year think tank about this. And then there's what Miss Evelyn Jo has been educating me on, which is, and she tells me all the time, and I'm appreciating this, Siphiwe, get out of the documents, so to speak, and look at their behavior, look at their reactions, look at what they do, right? You have to know hold on, you have to know the documents. I have some people that are saying we have to understand the real politics, right, of what the constitutions say and how they are actually operating. And if we do that, we're going to be able to come up with more effective strategies. And this is what I think we need a part 2 on, that Evelyn can advise us on. We can come up with more effective strategies when we have clarity on, as she says, she's saying Ecosoc didn't do anything wrong. This is what they can do based on the reality, not of misinterpretations of the documents, but what the documents actually say. So we have to be conversant with them, and which is why I compiled them to try to make it easy for people to do that research. Now, let me give the floor.
Can I interject for 1 second, please?
And then afterwards, I want to give the floor to Evelyn. And then afterwards, I want to give the floor to, yeah, I know, but listen, we're going to close out and let Evelyn go, but people are still here. It's a good conversation. We're not going to just, right, people that want to stay, we can stay, but I want to give Evelyn the chance to close it out, right? Because she has indicated that she needs to move forward.
Okay, the left. Okay, brothers and sisters, I know we can have all the academic debate that we want. I'm sensitive to the fact that to you, it's not just document and political expediency or economic gain. To you, it's an emotional journey to reconnect.
Yes.
So I'm sensitive to that. We also need to know that the AU could be a toothless bull to the extent that it cannot compel its members to take certain things, because they have to go back to their own countries and maybe change their constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And let me leave you with this, that let me not like look at the reaction, but interpret the document. What does it say? You have this theme of the year. Somebody reads it, the justice, the theme of the year. They're talking about reparation and justice. Jamaica has been on the forefront of that. I'm going to backtrack. In 2016, January 29, the document, the imperative to strengthen our union, the recommendation for AU reform. it says, to then, there have been almost 15,000 recommendations and declarations that nobody keeps track of whether they have been implemented. And it says, one of the things, it says, chronic failure to see through African Union decisions has resulted in a crisis of implementation.
Yes.
The second finding, perception of limited relevance to the African citizens. So it's not only on this. So now,
could you state that document you were referring to, just so everybody understands?
Just type it. I have it in my older computer, but if you see, I thought I had notes, but I've been talking, not even looking at the notes again. So I would give you, just if you type, I'll send it to you, the imperative to strengthen our union, the Kagame report.
Okay.
You're gonna get it. So you're gonna read. You're gonna read the recommendations. So you can have. So now, hopes are raised anew with the theme of the year. Let me ask you guys something. So, whom are they looking for reparations? How can a goat in a lion's den argue for its freedom? They are all members of either Francophonie or Commonwealth. Jamaica is leading it, but the head of state of Jamaica is King Charles. So it's food for thought. So they want reparations from who? When they are Francophonie and Commonwealth people. So, not my opinion, that's food for thought. You can think about it, whether the theme of the year is going to result in anything. So that is about the declaration. When one declaration comes, it's euphoric. We fly about with hopes, whether they're going to implement it. So now there's an election coming up. We used to fight about language. Remember when the last great fight with Faki and Amina Mohammed, it was about Francophone. So there was this tough fight. It went Jinping and Nkosazana. It went to it was inconclusive. I think it went to the 7th round. Nkosazana declared that I'm a Zulu, because it was about language. Now they've simplified it that only a region, they've zoned it to East Africa to produce the chairperson. Now we have religion with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation supporting Djibouti, and the other is a Muslim guy. But they came up to support. But I think Raila Odinga is getting the support of Algeria, Nigeria, which are Islamic countries too. So you see that the AU has its own internal bedlam or tunnel or chaos. So you can imagine how the difficulty in coming to a consensus, like creating a state region. So
point well taken. Yes, point
you
well
talk
taken.
You talk about even Ghana had, it's just like we come here and citizenship, residency and citizenship. Right, Ghana had the right of return, but they gave you a condition. You must not have been convicted of a crime that 1 year in jail, whether it's suspended or you do. You must come with your own economic resources. So you don't just not satellite citizenship. You have to really go to the country and stay. Only Liberia has a Negro clause. Negro clause that only a Black person can be a citizen. But the rest. So there is that internal thing with South Africa. we've talked about that South Africa's and other country, they have citizenship or diaspora whose ancestry is not Africa. And let me ask you guys something. How could it be in 2014 during the first US-Africa summit, the president of Zambia was a white man, Scottish descent, President Sata. So we can be reading this document, we can put out all this document, right? When the rubber hits the road, the devil is in the details.
Okay, so on that note, we want you to come back for a part 2. Will you come back for a part 2 where we talk about going forward and strategies?
It's about that, girl. I'm gonna be you're running me today.
People don't know what I went through to get you to this forum. So I while we have you, right, because people want to know, we want to stay engaged. People are asking in the chat, right? We didn't get to the strategies. And I know in our conversations that we had, you talked a lot about the importance of that. So I want to invite you to do a part 2 where we leave the history and the documents. We go straight into what you see can be effective strategies based on, as you had brought to my attention, distinguishing and differentiating between the different diasporas, because from what we understand, that is how each AU member state can function and operate. And so if we get anything from what you said tonight, is we got to take that into consideration. We know AU is intergovernmental. It's not sovereign. It can't impose. It can recommend policies, but ultimately AU member states are responsible for implementing. And if they have their own definition or legal frameworks for the diaspora, we need to be conversant with it and work with it. Is that what we understand from you?
That's a fair understanding. Perfect.
Okay, so let's on that note, we're gonna wrap up this formal part of it. But I know that people are here. If you want to continue this conversation, and I do, people.
Yeah, I'm gonna plug. I'm running out of battery, so you guys, I will be back. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Siphiwe,
stay later.
I just wanted to say something quickly. You know, my last question that I asked, it was sort of kind of skirted around simply because it was suggested by yourself that the answers are in the documents you presented. I guarantee you 99% of the people here tonight have never seen those documents, do not know what they are, have never read them. Yes. So hold on, sir. My point that I was coming to was that there should be an educational process made available to the average man and woman in the so-called diaspora, which we don't even know what that is anymore, or the 6th region, which does not exist. But at least virtually, let us pretend that we know, and let us pretend that we understand what it is and that it does exist, so that we can at least start to frame some sort of structure that will allow us to come to some sort of mitigation of these differences that we have encountered here.
So my response to that is the resources and the study materials and the most up-to-date analysis of the issues has already been compiled. I already showed you. Here's the link that has all the documents with excerpts of the relevant sections. Here's the brief that went to AU Ecosoc in 2023. I happen to have written it. And here's the committee's report on the definition of the diaspora. If the regional subgroups take these documents, which have already been posted, and the people on this call and the people in the regional subgroups take up the responsibility of saying, hey, Philip was right. We need to be conversant. We haven't looked at these things. Then they can organize that and proceed accordingly, because at least the groundwork of compiling what it is you should look at has already been done. Okay, Muriel, you're on mute.
We have a Margaret Beezer who's been had her hand raised. Can we recognize her, please?
Absolutely.
Marjorie.
Marjorie. Sorry. Ms.
Thank you. I apologize. My camera is not working, but I did want to chime in. This is my first meeting, and I'm a little bit disturbed. It kind of took me back when Brother Springer would have started a question, and then he was seeking a response and was preempted from getting the response from the person he was asking the question of. That in and of itself, and I mean, I pulled that out because I was actually waiting to hear the answer myself, and that was circumvented, right? And so that's something we need to look at, because he made a really important point. There are a lot of us on here who are not yet conversant on the documents, the contents, the context. And so it's important also to understand that from a learning perspective, I'm an educator, lecturer by trade, and other experiences. But here's the thing: different people learn differently. So to merely point me to a document and tell me go read them does not necessarily allow for my unique learning style and information uptake to be honored. And this should be, again, this should be collegial. We are brothers and sisters on a journey, and to in any way suggest that a person's question is not, if you will, and these are my words, salient, how you say, not justified within this context, because let's go to the document. Again, for me, and I'm only speaking for me, is somewhat off-putting, yeah? Because not everybody has that luxury, and some people just need to hear it from a person who is authoritative, and it will generate another question, and you understand. And so that for me was a bit frustrating. There is and we cannot take up all the space and all the air and allow there, 60-something people on the chat, but we're not hearing all the voices that would like to be heard or need to be heard. Yeah? Correct. And so we need to hold space for each other. Again, understand, this is my first time in, and I'm going, okay, so even the way in which others were speaking to each other, very dismissive, very combative, over talking. When I step into my classroom, immediately I'm setting the standard. We will not, here's a housekeeping. We will not overtalk each other, because we can't hear each other's voices and honor each other's perspective, whether we agree or not. This is an opportunity to educate, elevate, empower, engage, and move the agenda forward. And some of the strategies that I've been seeing used this evening, from my perspective, again, this is my wheelhouse, are counterproductive. I come from a psychosocial health and wellness background. Also, I teach, I train, I lecture in this space. And I'm a lecturer, and I also sit on GDRU's Council of Elders. Again, I'm not an empty barrel, but also if you are going to engage, quote unquote, me, hold space for me and show me how it's done. Model the behaviors that we're teaching our children that they need to engage in when we engage in civil conversation. We need to be honoring and respecting each other's dignity, perspective. And I really was struggling to see that present. You know, we kind of doubled back and made some, how you say, conciliatory comments. But throughout the dialogue, when the young lady asked, well, what was going on with Haiti, and Haiti not being ratified as a member, I didn't get an answer. I didn't hear an answer. Correct. And so it is important for us to honor each other's voices. And if we're going to support, a moment, sis, I thank you so much for raising your hand. I see an on your hand. It is so important for us to honor each other's voices. And I can't hear you if we're all talking at the same time, over talking each other, and being what, in my opinion, is rather disrespectful to each other. I stick a pin there. I honor your hand, my dear sister. And thank you so much, everybody, for holding space for me.
Okay, let me say something to Mr. Baleka. Well, you're recording this. Okay, it is sometimes we speak out of turn and beyond the call of a responsibility or the agreement. I will speak for myself. I was here to enlighten on existing documents, not to interpret it. Like the sister from Haiti also asked, what is the name? I wouldn't give that information. I'm mindful of the implication and I take responsibility for my utterances. Again, the understanding was the difference between the definition. I wasn't aware that we go with all this history and all that, and I wouldn't get into such conversation. If anybody takes an offense as dismissive, I can humbly say some questions have implications, and until you're authorized to answer those questions, you shouldn't. And I'm mindful there is reserve not to give an opinion. As I told Brother Baleka, I'm not an advocate. I'm just explaining because of my hands-on experiential knowledge of how Ecosoc works. If anybody, I sent him the website of the work that we did. For 3 days, we were in discussion, 3 days. We face the ramification, and that's all I can say. If anybody has like, you have an issue with rule, issue the cease and desist, that is your responsibility to find out, or Mr. Baleka can give you the information. That is not my responsibility to answer. On Haiti, the AU issued a press release. It was explicit. They said only members of the in Africa can become members, and they reference Article 29. And the whole concept of seat region is intergovernmental, not civil society. Just like the 5 regions in Africa are regions. So it says civil societies, organizations, civil societies of the member states. So if they're going to be civil society, by logic, it's going to be of those states that have been recognized as the seat region. So it's no disrespect. I'm just mindful of my limitation in answering questions.
May I cut in once again, please? As a person invited here tonight to speak or at least represent what I thought was to be the Caribbean and Caribbean issues, I think that we've not gone anywhere. We've not actually even got to the starting blocks yet. But I just want to say, I don't blame anyone for that. I just simply think that the language which I was trying to avoid, I read some of it before we came on here tonight, is so vague. Where I come from here in the Caribbean, they say a promise is a comfort to a fool. And all this is a bunch of promises that will never be fulfilled as they stand, because there is no way for anyone from this region to take a place in the AU, given the language that I've read and given the comments that you've made, my dear sister, tonight. not your opinions, but the language that you read, it has disqualified a whole bunch of people from their sovereignty. And there are a lot of people on here that are very upset about this. I'm reading the comments. It is not your fault, and I don't hold you personally responsible. But I must speak because as an advocate, as a citizens activist and an advocate here in the Caribbean, it is incumbent upon me not to allow this program to end tonight without the people of the Caribbean and the so-called sixth region have some sort of definition or answer to the question that is being avoided constantly in this discussion. I yield there.
Yeah, you're right. As somebody, I want to answer, somebody wrote about the role of the Pan-African Conference. I actually had it here. Yes, especially the Watershed Pan-African Conference of 1945 in Manchester. The Pan-African Yes, the Pan-African Congress was a catalyst for the decolonization of Africa. We're mindful of that. We are reminded of that. And I can empathize with the feelings of a historical African diaspora who want to belong, yet they're facing this roadblock. Okay, so even like the Pan-African, that's the first time in Manchester that
recommendation, suggestion, or question then. Given, and I know there are two hands there. I see Christian and I see a Jim. Just let me intervene. One, would it then not be incumbent upon us to have some sort of formal request from the African Union to explain to the diaspora, and I say that because I am the descendant of people who were kidnapped, prisoners of war, whatever you want to call them. They were the first diasporans because they were put on ships and sent across the Atlantic against their will. And I recognize Haiti today as one of the strongest examples of this and the symbol of resistance. And as a result, we should demand and are demanding that Haiti be recognized. In addition to that, that the descendants of slavery in the Caribbean and in the Americas should also be without question recognized. And there should not be any discussion about this further to say, yes, you are the original diasporans and you have the right to return to whatever country is prepared to give you that recognition. But more importantly than that, if you choose to stay in the Caribbean, you still have recognition as a diasporan, and you are given equal opportunity to be heard in the arena.
Hold on one second. Hold on, Evelyn, 1 second. I want to address the request that was made, right? Hold on. Philip, you said, should we formally engage the African Union, right? Was what you were saying, right? What I'm saying,
what I said.
Yes. So the answer is, this is exactly what the May roundtable that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has set up, to say that our issues are a matter now of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And they are instructing us, elect your 20 representatives, meet us at the round table so that we can meet the AU partners as part of its structured theme for the year. And this is how we can formally do what you had asked. So I wanted to emphasize that. Now, go ahead, Evelyn.
Mr. Ballerka,
Mhm.
I'm sure you have your process on your back channel. If somebody told you to go and elect your 20 representative, that is fine. I cannot be part of that conversation. I don't know what I don't know.
We're not asking that. We're not asking you of that. We have a resolution, just so you know, and so everybody on this call knows,
Yeah.
there was a
So now-
resolution. Hold on. I want to give you space, but and I respect what Marjorie is saying, but it's important. This is educational. People need to be informed so that they understand what was just said. A resolution was passed by the 81st session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights that they have committed to hosting this roundtable. So it's out there in the public that this commitment has been made by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to give us this space to meet with AU officials and AU member states specifically on these issues. Okay.
So
Continue.
now you have the solution. You see, if there's no need for a second session because they said you should go. You come and meet. So go and meet them. Come up with the result.
I would say that that's just, we said strategies, plural. That's just one thing that we can do, but we can do more than one thing.
No,
right?
I mean, you see,
I'm not letting you go that easy. And look, we have other people with their hands
up. What about the
up.
people's voices,
Siphiwe?
What about, and Evelyn, what about the people's voices? We're not, the people must be heard.
Okay, you're right. You're right. The people, hold on. Slow down. So we want to hold space for everyone, but if we do that and we give everyone the amount of time that they want, we're going to be 8, 9, 10 hours. Okay, this is why we asked for a part 2. Now, I'm recognizing that there are people that have their hand up. I answered directly Philip's point, right, in his suggestion. We got an agreement, their solution. So let's do that. Let's honor, right, that we have people that haven't spoken yet. We're past the time already, right? So let's move to that. We do want, this is why we have the regional groups. Each region can put together its agenda, talk to each other. Each region is having town hall meetings, right? Because that's the only way we're going to make space for everybody to get in what they get in. It's not going to be just one town hall meeting that's 8 hours. It's the different subregions having their town hall meetings consistently every week.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on. So no, you can't, because we have hands that are up, Evelyn, right? We have hands that are up that they've been waiting.
I can leave. If they ask, if you guys are just having a discussion, I can leave because I've presented what I've presented. Okay. So I thought if you guys are having a resolution on what to go and do at the AU, of course, that's within your liberty to do so.
All right.
So I don't think there's a need for any second conversation on this, because
I think the people disagree with you. People want to talk about strategy. Let's go forward, Christian.
I'm patiently waiting, Mr. Siphiwe, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Christian Henacho.
Yes.
And somebody who is, first of all, an African in this group.
Sorry, Mr. Christian, I had been waiting before you. Could you give me my few minutes? Then you can go right behind me.
Okay. Just the way it's going. I mean,
okay.
Okay.
My name is Jim. I teach Pan-Africanism at a university in the United States. One of the things that I would suggest is there is a timer function in this app that you put a clock up and set a timer, because it's chaos without it. That HIS is a group I belong to, and sometimes there are 70 of us, and we set the timer at either 2 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever, and as it runs out, people respectfully get quiet. It's very nice, it's very effective. So you need a co-host to do that. My last point is, as I had said, I teach Pan-Africanism. When I get to from the Berlin Conference up to 1963, the Monrovia Conference, and the difference between the Brazzaville group, the Monrovia group, and the third group, I talked to them about Pan-Africanism and what happened between Ethiopia, Nkrumah, and others. How would I approach my Belgium students who, as you know, came from originally what King Leopold thought was his, and my German students who also came from where this whole thing started, to talk about, well, you know, there's really not really one Pan-African diaspora. There are these really subsets of it. And I don't know where you guys fit, but bear with me at some point in the future. You know, this is on a macro level, and I can appreciate that, but on a micro level, on a macro level, what are you doing on a macro level to help us, people like me who teach this course and have students who chime in from other countries who are desperate to find out more about diaspora when they ask questions about why did they have those three groups? Where is Monrovia? Why wasn't Kenya listed in any of the groups? Is there anything that's going on with that? So that's all I want to do, but hopefully I'd like to come back, but can you please organize it to use a timer or get a co-host? Because it's chaotic without it. So that's all I have.
All right, let me respond to that since I'm the one that convened this meeting. This meeting.
Can you check on the comment, because I think if you can just check on the comments and they can come back and respond. Yes, I'm gonna
hold on. So he just spoke and he made a request. He asked something, and I feel that I am the appropriate person to answer it. So I want to address that, and then we'll take the next comment. Okay, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time. Originally, as I said in the beginning, and the way this was set up, this was supposed to be, this was not just an open forum where everybody is going to talk equally. This was a conversation with our special guest because of her position as special advisor to AU Ecosoc. And we wanted two of our regional coordinators coming from two different regions to engage. So tonight's meeting was to be dominated by them in that conversation. And we were here to listen in on that conversation. And then at the end, if there were some questions, we would take some. Okay, we are now, I don't know how many hours in, it's 1 o'clock here in Guinea-Bissau. And I'm willing to stay as long as you all are willing to stay so that everybody can be heard. I respect Jim's proposal that when we have more of a town hall forum where it's to solicit views from everyone, of course, we will organize it and use that timing feature and limit people to 2 or 3 minutes, just like we do when we go to the United Nations Permanent Forum for People of African Descent and other such forums. But tonight's format was a more long form engagement conversation. It was intended to be that way. All right, Christian, the floor is yours.
Okay, excuse me. Thank you, sir, and thank you. Thanks everybody for being here. I've listened, and I'm pretty much honored to have joining today to listen to this conversation. And I'd like to say a shout out to Dr. Truby, who identified herself, Haiti, as Igbo, Benin, and the rest of them. I'm one of those from the Igbo extraction. So, and we know the history of Haiti. Now, as an African, I listened to this and I'm really concerned about, especially Dr. Evelyn. I don't know if you see here. I hear a certain sense of reluctancy or hesitation, or even as if to say, good luck, there's not much we can really do, or not much that the 6th region can do. And this is really typical of what I see happening in the continent. And of course, the continent haven't even listened to their own citizens, that is, in each of the countries, to come up with ideas of how to advance their country along the AU, because obviously we know the problem that Africans have. And that is because they haven't actually shed their ties with the colonial masters. So everything that they do, they have to be able to go to them to get approval, or they're always concerned about what they will say or do if they unilaterally take action. We see in the continent, series and series of conferences and meetings, and at the end of the day, a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, they still go back the same thing and you wonder, where is the result? Now, I spent 10 years in Nigeria as an environmental specialist working for the Federal Minister of Environment. I was able to get 2 Otoma programs adopted by the National Assembly. I left in disgust because nothing was being done. They were most interested in getting the money, and that is tied to the program, international funding. So anyway, I think, and I don't want to bore you guys and bore everybody here, but I think for the 6th region, we have to be able to separate Pan-Africanism from actually trying to form the 6th region of AU, first and foremost. And again, I'm sorry to say this. I think the 6th region is actually dropped the ball. And maybe this is an opportunity to really organize in a very, very effective and vicious way to take on Africa. Because believe me, if the 6th region had been very, very engaged and point to the problems they're having in Africa, I think perhaps when you look at Africa, the history of African independence, it started from our brothers who were brought out here, or the descendants were brought here as slaves. They actually were the one that kicked off African independence. But it seemed like since after that we felt that, okay, the battle has been won. But I think maybe it's time, because I said this very, very passionately. I might have come from Africa as I'm going back in December. I have a home there and all that. But I don't really feel very much at home because I have raised kids here that really don't have share the same identity or share the same affiliation as I have or as I do with Africa. But I know that years from now, they will grow up, and if I didn't do the needful, they will say, oh, my parents really, prepare me well for, that who I am. And that's why I feel very passionate, even though I might feel that I'm not strongly tied, but in a way, I feel very strongly about trying to get this going so that, and I believe, just as the people say that those of us like Nigerians outside Nigeria have the role to play to change things in Nigeria. And I agree so, but the issue is how many of us Nigerians are willing to really step up to the plate to do the needful. Now the question is, how many of us in the 6th region are really willing to step up and have the resources, you have the voice to make it happen? I think that's really where it starts. You have to really organize in a very, very serious way and let African leaders know that it's a right of yours, of ours, and demand it. They're not doing you any favor. Because obviously, yes, I know, as African, we've all had guilt, just as the Jews have been. So you guys did this to Jesus. Oh, no, don't even say that. And when people say, okay, our ancestors sold, I would say, no, don't say that. But I think that's really, really, it's a strategy. And we need to put it squarely in the face of all these African heads of states. They either put up or shut up and get out of the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Well said. And to your point, I just want to underscore that this could be the catalyst for the very kind of mobilizing, coordinating, organizing, and setting up an alternative. This could be that moment. The fact that AU Ecosoc called for elections for its 4th General Assembly after 12 years of making a decision saying they're going to include the diaspora. And in that call, it specifically says this is limited to the 5 regions and excluded us, the diaspora, as the 6th region. Now, AU Ecosoc could have said when they issued that, all right, because we only have a framework for the 5 regions in Africa, 6th region, just hold tight a minute. We're working on a framework document. We expect it to be done in January. When they put out that call, if they were genuine about it, they could have said something where they could have mentioned and signaled to us to that effect. But they didn't.
Yes.
They didn't. They didn't respect us, even though they keep professing it. So we're utilizing that to say, okay, wait a minute, those of us that have been involved since 2003 and who are sensitive to that disrespect and who I've been accused of being maybe like just childlike in this is what the rule says, so this is the right thing to do. This is what should be done. I read the rule book. This is what it says. This is what should be done. Those of us who are conversant with the rules were saying, but wait a minute. We were given a directive, diaspora, civil society, organize yourself, elect your own representatives. So since the AU has said 2025 is going to be the year we focus on reparatory justice, we don't get certain things done this year, it's going to be, we're washing our hands of it because they're going to move on to something else after this year. So this is the year. The Ecosoc 4th General Assembly is starting its work come January 2025. The least that the AU could have done for its own diaspora initiative would be to make way for us to start with the 4th General Assembly so we could be formally a part of all of these events that are going to take place in our name, that we don't really have a seat at the table unless you're part of a hand-picked members club where we don't have the people's voice. We just have this, elite exclusive network. So we utilize this process to say, we're going to go forward. Now that we've got this cease and desist letter and they're saying, okay, we're not respecting the people's autonomous, independent, sovereign organization, the people are waking up and saying, we need to do this for ourselves with or without the African Union. So it very could be, Christian, what you said, that moment where we get serious about organizing ourselves so that we have our own truly representative gathering. We have legitimate representatives that can engage in any international forum, not just the African Union, but any international forum. And they can be respected because we can say they were actually chosen by the people. We're using technology to try to set that in motion. It's a people's parliament, a people's assembly, an assembly of the people in civil society. This is our moment to do that. So let's take the next person with their hand up. I think that's Trey Bailey. I can't see everyone. That's just what I see on my screen.
Yes, thank you.
There was a McQueen before him, but go ahead, Mr. Bailey.
No, thank you, sir. If you could yield, because I did see Uhura. So if you could yield to Uhura, and then we'll take you next. Uhura.
Greetings, fam. I'm sorry. You can let the brother speak. That's fine. I'll go.
No,
on
you got the floor. Go ahead. Let's some balance here, right? Go ahead.
Okay. So I came late to the meeting, so I'm just saying what I understand from towards the end. So my comment was the AU or the OAU, which has been in service to the people of, the African people since 1963. And part of that was unification of the African states. So here we are 50, 60 years later, and the AU or the OAU has done nothing, most of the things that they've set out to do. So why are we even bothering with this organization? Is there a way that we can go circumvent or come around them?
Yes.
Since they haven't been doing anything for the continent or African people.
Right.
Okay.
And we know they're already infiltrated.
All right.
And if we're thinking about revolution, it's to tear all this nonsense down and clear the path for real change. So
okay, so let me address that, and I see a bunch of hands up, right? Uhura, I have an answer to that. So it's a great question, and I get asked this all the time because I'm the president of the Communications Commission for the Pan-African Federalist Movement. The Pan-African Federalist Movement and Pan-Africanists in that camp are of the same mindset. The AU is outdated, it's useless, it's irrelevant, right? We can build our own autonomous structure. And I'm for that, right? I champion that. So people ask me, so Siphiwe, why are you even bothering with this AU stuff? Well, because if the revolution that you speak of, let's call it a war. Wars are won by winning battles. And there are many different battlefields or arenas of contestation. And so as a general who's strategizing to win the war, you have to what? Send units into all of the arenas where everything is being contested. And the AU is one of those arenas. Guess what? They occupy space in the geopolitical world. They occupy resources. They are controlling a narrative. And so the question is, right, in order to win this war, right, are there battles that need to be won in that space? And if so, how do we win them? Do we win them by being on the outside or by being on the inside? So I agree with you. We should not conflate entering into an advisory organ of the African Union, which on the grand scheme of things is not that big a deal. Even within the African Union, Ecosoc is low on the totem pole. It's just an advisory organ. It's not even a decision-making body. If we really want power in the African Union, if we wanted that, we would need to at least be at the PRC level. And then we would need to, as a region, have 10 to 15 ambassadors at the PRC, and then have a chairman of a REC, a sixth region economic community that could then represent the region. And this was the answer to the brother's question, which he never got an answer to before, about what is the value and the purpose of regional economic commissions. If we had a sixth region REC, regional economic community, that chairperson, which could rotate every 6 months based on the other models, could then sit at the executive committee level, which is foreign ministers, which sets the agenda for the General Assembly. So if we want to access and utilize resources and power in that arena, we have to enter and then enlarge. Nobody's going to let us enter at the level of the PRC or at the executive. So what we do is we have to enter where they have already made space for us. That's Ecosoc. Once we get in the door and we say, okay, this is the fulfillment of civil society engagement with the AU, then the question is now, how do we facilitate the intergovernmental engagement with the AU? That's if we want to be involved in that arena of contestation. Otherwise, the alternative is everybody on this call, you should look into the Pan-African Federalist Movement, which has serious engineering of how to establish a united African states on a federal model by the year 2030. That's going to take a lot of what? Campaign machines on the ground, and we're doing leadership training to prepare that to eventually then have a mass mobilization where we can say to everyone, all you people who are sick and tired and have washed your hands of the African Union because they're an intergovernmental association with no sovereign power, they can't solve the problems of the continent. All of you who are done with that, here's the alternative. So yes, there are alternatives.
Yes, so, and since I'm participating with the PAMF, I put my information in the chat. If anybody is interested, please contact me.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Trey and then Jasmine. And I know it's like almost 5 a.m. in Ethiopia, Jasmine. Go ahead, Trey.
Thank you very much, Siphiwe, and thank you for arranging this today. It's also my first time participating. I only have two quick questions. First of all, is there maybe I was lucky enough to hop in to the WhatsApp for the U.S. group today. Well, it just happened to be the day that you're arranging the town hall. Is there a mailing list or something, maybe through Belanta or something, that we're able to sign up for so that we're sure that we're being updated going forward? And then my second question. Did you want to answer that first, Siphiwe? I'm sorry.
Okay, so the first one is anybody that wants to stay informed on a daily basis, join the WhatsApp group for your region. So if you're in the Caribbean region, you want to join the Caribbean group that Philip is moderating. If you're in the North American region, okay. Now, on top of that, we will be launching a website that will be, it's an amazing website that will be an omnibus sort of portal for all of this. That's coming in the next 48 to 72 hours.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much for that. And then I wanted to piggyback off of what Andrew and Mr. Shillingford were saying in the chat regarding, given your experience over the last 20 years on this issue, Siphiwe, what have been any efforts, if any, regarding trying to partner with one of the governments, given Ms. Jo's emphasis about it being an intergovernmental organization and no one having particular agency to advocate for the sixth region formally? What have been efforts, if any, to engage with one of the 54 governments to advocate for the sixth region so that we can get some agency at the executive level? Thank you very much.
So great question, and I'll answer it briefly, and then we'll get to Jasmine. Because there is no umbrella or omnibus AU Sixth Region organization that is massively and popularly created and supported by us. There has not been at that level where we have recognized leadership that speaks in one voice for all of us institutionally. We haven't been able to engage AU member nations in that way. What we have been able to do is there are actors, individuals, and civil society organizations that do that have their members have repatriated to various AU member state countries and then have engaged them to do things like create citizenship programs, create immigration statuses, create unique categories of immigration status and preferential programs for resettling and business. But all of that is done on an ad hoc, sort of loosely coordinated basis because it's a small community of repatriates that are really doing that kind of work. We all know each other. We all work in our individual and organizational capacities. For example, here in Guinea-Bissau, I started the Decade of Return program, started the citizenship program. We have 33 applications before the Council of Ministers to be approved, much like Ghana just gave citizenship to 520 some people. So we are engaging the countries in that respect. It's just not, we're not a government. We're non-government. We're civil society, and it's uncoordinated. So hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay, Jasmine, and then after that, Kamal.
If Mr. Randolph can mute his mic, please. Thanks.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Grand Rising. Yes.
Yes, sorry about that. No one is morning. Grand Rising. And that's what it was. I slept and waited for the meeting because it started at 2, but I woke late.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thing about it, we have over 5,000 African diaspora 6th region that lives in Ethiopia. over the years, I mean, I've been in Ethiopia 24 years since repatriated. We've had dialogue with the Africa Union. We've had in Shashamani, we've had the return program where we had members. I think we had about 15 members of the Africa Union attended the meetings, and it was accepted that we would have 7 seats in the Africa Union as spectators. These are returnees. These returnees, we have been here over 80 years. And within the governmental sector, still not having citizenship, you know, but we live because land was given for the African diaspora to return and settle, which we have done. One of our problems that we have as a nation is that dissemination of information. Some people still don't understand who the 6 regions are. And some people understand, but try to block those 6 regions getting into the seats that are available for them. I read the paper that looking for us to include us as 6 regions, and I saw where the paper started off referring to the descendants of the historical slave trade. And then it labeled us as the 6th region. And I hope everyone understands that in that the 5 regions was there on the continent, but in order to include those Africans outside of the continent, they were made the 6th region and was found in different places.
Yes.
Now we have mobilized and understand, and we're trying to get that space in there. Ecosoc is who is blocking it, not the Africa Union itself. If you understand,
yes.
As you said, there was a doorway, and I think what happened over the past weeks is great because we're showing them that yes, we know we are included, and we are going to take our seat where we are included. Now, situation that's going to happen in the next session, you know, we've had a lot of the year off. We've had the year of silence in the gun. We've had the silence in the gun. I'm going through the Africa Union list. Silence in the guns, it never complete. Education, never complete.
Yes.
So when we do come around for the next year of African descent reparations, it won't be, because it needs those people who can solve the problem, which is the African diaspora 6th region. We're not supposed to know who we are, but we know who we are. And we stood up over the last couple of weeks and seeing that we were mobilizing in the right way is why they put a cease and desist. It does not stop our people from getting inside and have a voice. I attend most conferences within the AU. Someone's mic. I attend more, and I feel confident that the way it's going now, that all those regions, the Caribbean, South America, keep on mobilizing, do the preparation, do not stop. Do not stop meeting, because I did see over the past weeks in the groups what was happening. There was a lack of understanding of how things should be done. Not everyone, but I could see hours spent on diversity of the conversation and not the agenda as what was required. We have also, over the period of time, had chosen representation to be in the African Union, to represent us, but they came from one place. Again, I say dissemination of information. When it called for 5 representatives to represent the 6th region, we ended up with 5 representatives from one place, maybe Ohio, maybe New York, and I don't like to use these words, but I would say the Willie Lynch mentality and the John Crow mentality comes in there. It's mine, not yours. I have been in conferences where the 6th Region African Diaspora is being called together in Addis Ababa. And I hear African, who are my brothers and sisters, saying, you people of the Caribbean, you are not descendants of slaves. Why? Oh, because you have Black governments and you have Black people around you. So there's a lack of understanding. From the Durban conference, what was said was that we must all go back and teach our people about what the 6th Region African Diaspora is, and also teach them what reparation is and who we are. If we build up and have an understanding and a unity of who we are, we stand a better chance of achieving our goals. But so not to prolong, I think that the groups that are set up, the WhatsApp groups that are set up for the regions, keep it up and have trainers there who are also giving information to strengthen the people and give understanding of who we are and how we cross that next boat. But don't give up. There is a fight to keep the African descendants 6th region, and we must always use that 6th region because this is where the problem comes in. You have Nigerian diaspora, Ethiopian diaspora, Ghanaian diaspora, but the only African diaspora 6th region is us, who left without our own approval. We didn't choose to be born elsewhere. We didn't choose it. We were forcibly removed. This is our forefathers, forcibly removed, born in places where we're not accepted. And now we are mobilizing to come back. So, as I say, the fact that a cease and desist was thrown out by an organization, Ecosoc. I asked Ecosoc the question in May 2022 at one of the roundtables in Addis Ababa. How many 6th Region African diaspora do you have on your committee? They were unsure. Eventually, there was none. So the 6th Region must be at the end of our name, African Diaspora 6th Region. There is no other African diaspora but us. It's everyone else has a place, whether it be the Nigerian diaspora, Chad diaspora, we are the only 6th region. And I think that there's a lack of confidence in using that name after our title, 6th region. If we keep on saying African diaspora, they keep on saying African diaspora. And those who have their rights already on the continent are taking the seats that belongs to us as the 6th region. Okay. Gaddafi was killed for these purposes. He wanted to form the United States of Africa and could not without the inclusion of the descendants of the African slaves outside. So the 6th region came into play. We have to use it, and we have come a long way. We were niggers. We were blacks. We were coloreds. We were African American, British American, or whatever. But this 6th region is rattled some feathers right now. And we must keep on using it, keep on, as if he said, be in the groups that are set there. I think it's a wonderful way that we can mobilize our nation, and we must utilize it. Now, the thing about the AU summit that comes up in the January, February, in order to have a seat there, the application must be done before the 1st of October the year before. So I would recommend that civil society organization, groups, individuals, make sure that they watch the webpage and put in their application to be there, the more that turn up with a voice each year is the more we will be heard. I must say also, when we had our return and we had 15 representation from the Africa Union that came to Shashamane with us and talked with us, that there showed me that inside of the AU, there is also the OAU, which was set up specifically. Specifically, the OAU was set up to include all for Africa to represent itself. And those ones there let us know that it's not just the name AU. Those from that time of May 1963, from within the OAU, are still internally fighting to have the OAU, the Organization of African Unity, which would include us outside the continent. And also at that time in May 1963, the diaspora, excuse me, the committees like the reparations committees and those things was also set up. So they were not leaving us out. Majesty Kwame Nkrumah was not leaving us out. The reparations committee was set up. I think Abiola of Nigeria was the chair. You had Dudley Thompson and those people that was on that committee. They obviously had a fight why it kind of disintegrated in the way that it did. So we have got to now mobilize and stay together and keep going forward for the benefit of our children and children's children. Thank you for the space.
Thank you, Jasmine, for those powerful words, the encouragement, the history lesson. Very, very important. One quick response, and then what I saw was Kamal, and then Cam, then Dr. Wilton, then Herschel is what I saw. I just wanted to quickly mention, since you brought up the OAU and you brought up the Reparations Committee, and then Chief Abiola, who in 1993, they had that big Abuja Declaration. Prior to that, though, there was the African Truth and World Conciliation and Reparations. They had done 12, 16 conferences in the United States before 1993. It was like in the 80s. In addition to that, the OAU had the African Liberation Committee. It was headquartered in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. What a lot of us don't know is that when Malcolm spoke to the OAU, he told them, your problems are our problems are your problems. And he said, if apartheid is not a domestic issue of South Africa, then neither is racism in the United States merely a domestic issue. And if apartheid in South Africa could be brought to the World Court, then the case of Black people in America should also be brought to the World Court. And so that was when that effort to bring our reparations and litigate it at the World Court began. And as we know, just a few months after that, Malcolm was assassinated. So I wanted to mention that. And then following that, in 1975, the OAU invited Queen Mother Audley Moore, the first signer of the Declaration of Independence of the Republic of New Africa, invited her as a guest honored speaker to the OAU in 1975. And she told the OAU, right, we want self-determination, we want a plebiscite, we want 5 states, the 5 states in the Black Belt territory as our sovereign nation. And we want, I forget the figure, I think it was 200 billion in reparations. So a lot of this history is not known, but these are some of the ways in which we were already included in the OAU. We were given space, we were making presentations at a level which we're not able to do right now at the African Union. As far as the Shashamane land grant, I was going to say something about that, but I'll hold off on that because I was there in 2003 when the immigration officials came and we drafted legislation that took them 14 years to pass, but eventually resulted in the legislation that granted the Shashamane residents the status as Ethiopians of foreign origin, which gave them, it didn't give them citizenship, but it gave them permanent residency. Okay, Kamal, the floor is yours. Kamal, you want to unmute?
Well, Aibobo, greetings, family.
Aibobo.
Thank you for the meeting. It's very good, very great. One thing I would like to express, this whole talking, I'm going to give a quick example of myself. I left Haiti at 9 years old. It was against my will. In a sense, children. You just want to do what you want to do. But I ended up in Canada after 31 years. I became something else. Now it was time to come back to Haiti. After 31 years, I'm beginning to say I want to go back. But I've been hearing this thing about Haitian diaspora, Haitian diaspora, Haitian diaspora. There's been so much fight for the Haitian diaspora to come back to Haiti. Because they are, I don't know, when like I said yesterday, as diaspora, when we go back to Africa, are we going to go back all together, all at once, a couple of big boats? Because right now, no one is stopping us. Brother Siphiwe is in Africa. My sovereignty allowed me to get up in Canada. And I came back to Haiti by myself against what everybody was saying. Now, when I got to Haiti, I knew I was sovereign. But I'm in a government, which I say I belong to, which I left for 31 years. Now I'm back. So now they're asking me for ID. They're asking me for things because I said, no, I'm sovereign. So I didn't fight with them. I stayed in an area where I knew I would be comfortable. I stayed in the mountains. My organization with the people and knowledge helped me now to start giving out badge. You have your badge in your area. So when I come to the capital, they're saying to me, where's your papers? I say, well, this government has a problem in dishing out ID. So this is my work in the mountains. And my ID had to go because I had to organize myself in a different level to face this Haitian government, which is my government, but who is actually giving me problems. And they're giving me problems because of the white man is behind them. When the white man came to Africa, he did not ask permission. He did not. He just lived out his sovereignty. He figured out a way. He kidnapped people, did whatever. He took on a boat. When the blacks came to from Africa, they came before Columbus, Brother Van Sertima. Our brothers who came, what their sovereignty they acted out. Now, when they got here, what happened? So this always looking to seek. To me, it seems like we have not even gained control of ourselves here in the West, because no one is stopping us from going back to Africa. I really doubt that. I do. I really doubt it. Because us not acting out our sovereignty, first of all, mastering ourselves here in our economy. We're part of the, we're in the West under America, the dollar, and now we know it's a different story. But we have the greatest knowledge over here in the West. So I've heard Mr. Farrakhan say that too. I think it was Harry Belafonte who was telling the story about they went to meet the government of the U.S. president, and Brother Harry Belafonte was there, and they expressed everything, the needs of Black people and so on and so on. And then the president who was sitting and said to them, I heard everything, that's great, but now you guys are going to have to make me do it. So that means lack of organization for ourselves here in the West is what's, and lack of our identity. We're Black people, we're universal. We're not limited to Africa, I hate to say. But there's a fight that it must be Africa. It must be Africa. Now, if you go back to Africa, don't you think the white man knows these niggas are awake? Don't let them back into where the gold and the diamond is, because they'll do, we have a bad history with these guys. So don't let them back in. Now, is that the only way to back into Africa, is we must go through this process? Is it because we're all gonna go together? So our sovereignty, we're not acting at our sovereignty. No one can stop you from doing whatever. But you're just going to be wise about it. Like I came to Haiti, like I said, I was wise about it. I stayed in an area where I don't have to go too much into, institutions where they ask ID. People would send me money. I say, send it on this guy here. He has ID. So if we go back to Africa, are we going to not get involved with Africans? Or are we going to be the diaspora? We have a special place. I came back to Haiti. I'm a diaspora. They consider me diaspora because I speak English. So now do I fit into a special little box of diaspora Haitian? And I don't mingle with the people. I don't go and produce. I don't marry. Is that what we plan to do back in Africa as diaspora? So all of these things, when you hear it generally, it sounds like it's something like that that's being planned. So I believe people are always going to be like, oh, nope, don't let them come back in full, because people have been going back to Africa for days now. All of us here on the panel, I don't know how many of us are going to be refused the visa. I was invited to Africa this month. Why didn't I go? Because there's no plane and there's warfare, and we're in a fight here to regain control of this land first and then look to Africa. So we have access to Africa, brothers and sisters, but it's what are we doing when we go back to Africa? And those of us who went back, what did they do? When the white man came, he set place. I've seen Arabs in Canada, when they go to Canada, they set the place for the taxi for the next brother to come. So all the Arab brothers, Muslims, they're all running the taxi, certain areas in Canada, because they set it up for each other. So I think we are fighting something that maybe from not looking at ourselves properly, not being united properly, and actually we're lowering ourselves by always asking for permission. I'm really a rebel about that. I don't need a damn thing from Africa. Not in a negative way, because those are my people, because it's not emotional. I'm happy that the sister had said that to us. We're taking this, she understands the emotion behind this thing. But where Brother Philip is in Barbados and somebody else in St. Lucia, this person could say, well, I've lived, died, I don't need nothing from Africa. So what is this whole thing that has got to be Africa? And we don't even have control of where we're right now. And we have to fight to put ourselves together, as we're saying, the sixth region, like the sister, they say, yes, we have to use it. So we have to organize ourselves here, and there's no one that can stop us from doing anything. That same greed that's getting our people to block certain laws and whatever, that's that same greed that's going to open the door back to us, because now they're going to be like, oh, phew, at least our brothers and sisters are back. They have power. They're united in the sixth region. They got economic power. You'll be right back in there. But the white man is doing his thing. That's for sure. Our fight is not with Africa. Our fight is with our organization here, gaining economic power, true sovereign unity amongst ourselves, Barbados, Haiti, all the sovereigns, and with those we have in Africa already. The EAS acting out its sovereignty, because no one over there is sovereign. So our sovereignty, we don't need to ask a damn thing to nobody. We just need to organize and come with knowledge, and knowledge is power and economic. So I don't like to hear when our people are constantly asking, Africa, Africa, let's ask. I really hate that. I hate it because I see we're wasting our own power in asking permission. The white man didn't ask no damn permission. Look where we are now. When you were in your mother's womb, did you sat there and ask all the other spermatozoids, let's go, guys? There is no pity in this thing. You were the fastest. You were the strongest, resilient. You made it out. So now we're out here. Now we're all geniuses out here now. So can't we all come together and understand that Brother Siphiwe is a genius, Sister So is a genius. Now we're all the geniuses that came out from the first war inside the womb. Now it's time to win this one. It's not a hard thing to win over. It's just we have to make sure we are running this West, the sixth region, that we are organized and sovereign, and we understand, like Brother Felipe said yesterday, who are we? Who's going to attack this thing now? We must make sure that this identity is clear, or else we're going to be taken as fools again. But we already know what the mindset is, because the white man is behind all of this and the weakness of our brothers and sisters. So let us not downgrade ourselves and our sovereignty. We're unlimited people. We're a universal people. We're not bound to one piece of land. But nobody can stop us from going anywhere. That's for sure. That's for sure. We're just not united enough to have Brother Siphiwe stay where he is as a soldier, and we back him up, push economics, push knowledge, push education, push agriculture, and we make a difference where we are. where we establish ourselves, we produce a difference. And then other ones we'll see. Thank you, family. Aibobo.
D'accord, merci.
Thank you, Comrade Kamal, who is also newly appointed chairman of the Regional Coordinating Committee of the Pan-African Federalist Movement. So as you can see, there are a lot of serious people about exercising our sovereignty and creating that united African states. It has nothing to, just has nothing to do with the AU. And yet here we are still in this space. It is because we acted from our own sovereignty that Dr. Truth, can you mute yourself? Thank you. It's because we acted of our own sovereignty.
I am muted.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm speaking, but your picture's coming up on my screen. It's because we acted from our own sovereignty that we were going to continue, we're going to win, and that we got to fight. That's what the cease and desist letter was, is because we acted from our own sovereignty. Now, one other thing, and then we'll go to the next speaker, is that we need to understand that the AU Sixth Region concept, right, is for us to understand that just as Madagascar is physically separated from the African continent, so is Bridgetown, Barbados, so is Chicago, Illinois, so is La Ceiba, Honduras. But the Sixth Region, while I'm a champion of repatriation and our right to return and citizenship, wherever we are, that is Africa. So the Sixth Region is not necessarily the mindset where everything is directed to the African continent. No, it's the African continent is the center, and everything outward from it is connected and is a part of Africa wherever we are. So there's a whole heap of us not interested in going back to Africa. Well, guess what? You're already in Africa. That's what the Sixth Region is. You are already in Africa. We just don't know it yet. All right. Now, having said that, I see that Kwame has also raised his hand. And Cam has put his hand down. So in order that I remember, so it's Dr. Wilton, and then Herschel, and then Reverend Kwame. Dr. Wilton, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and good to be here. So I was, again, invited by Chairman Springer, and it's good that I've been a part of some of these, discourses. Apologies for being late. So I'm a barrister. I'm based in Poland. My wife's Polish, so that's brought me here. But I am very much a son of the soil, African, Berber, Hebrew, and a barrister in about 8 countries. And my calling right now, I see the calling, is to research my namesake and to do the 3rd PhD focusing on the 19th century. And in all the talks that I've attended, and with much respect for my beautiful melanated people, is that we lack the resources. It's so clear. And what I did was help sort of clients, the Maoris in New Zealand, and built my own gold-backed token. It was just completed a few days ago, called Iberia Gold. So I want to, again, give God thanks. I mean, it got it here. It took a lot of effort, money, over $100,000, a lot of cost to get there, to get my own token. And through there's so much need in projects, so much that needs to be done. But we have to be sensible about it. I grew up as an Adventist. My dad is a pastor, so he's Dr. McDonald first. I'm the second. I'm a barrister and a chartered accountant. And I just feel it for my melanated people, because we own very little. There are some token ones among us and in every country, and they seem almost aloof, not connected with the communities once they make it big. We have to understand that. And what I've seen from my research is that there's not just one diaspora. I'm a MacDonald, and I can trace my lineage very clearly. through 30,000 DNA results. And this is no Mickey Mouse, 5 million records. I've been growing a family tree that's approaching 700,000. Do you know the patience and diligence to grow a tree that's 700,000 that's backed up by more than 30,000 DNA results? So my background has been Yahya and Al-Ali. I'm confirmed Hebrew Berber. My landed, I could trace my lineage from the Middle East, from the Middle East and North Africa to Scotland, where my namesake. And a lot of blacks feel, oh, we got our name from Master. I could tell you that there are people who have managed to trace back to Africa, but the McDonald's, the clique that I'm associated with, Hezron, they have Hebrew names, Orit, Black McDonald's. They can also trace their lineage back to Scotland. So I mean, I feel that there were people that left Europe, Black Europe, and went to Africa. There are many journeys, and I mean, people may have made it then over the Atlantic, but not the way it was described to us, because the sailboats were called wherries. Wherries, you can't put anyone on a wherry. If you look it up, the wherry could hold very little people. Sailboats hold very few people. And they leak as well. Not until the 1800s, when we had large cargo ships and they were busy to transport people. Suddenly whites appeared in South Africa. You notice, and this is the challenge we face. Money, yes, how to finance our initiatives and projects, but the system, it's one like a cabal. I could say it's a cabal. It's a system that's called a vampire squid that's choking the life, even Africa. One country, just France, they brag and boast they make 500 billion euro, €500 billion from Africa. That is not just, that's not commercialism. That's not profiteering. That is rape. That's economic. I mean, 500 billion euros so that French people could walk their poodles and stuff. So we have to understand that rushing into Africa, fine, I'm all for it. Let's go and organize and get to Africa, but do it in a way that we have economic strength and not just talk about reparations in the billions. We ought to talk about the trillions. It's the missing land. It's the land globally in America, Caribbean, USA, Europe. Europe was Black. If you look at the accounts, I have done primary resources. I've linked up to a woman called Dr. Marie Charles. She's a scholar. She's written 18 books showing primary evidence where Blacks were told, go, you either die or leave your homes. She has compendia, loads of information. I have one painting called the Morse Quadrille. It shows 4 Black men from Sweden, Poland. I'm living in Poland. Poland was Black. And Germany, 4 men on horseback in the year 1706. If you don't think that Europe was Black, what the 4 non-African men, kings, doing on horseback, parading around? It was a quadrille dance on horses in the year 1706. And Ben Franklin wrote, and this is the thing about our leaders, like the ones in the US, you have many glorified leaders. Here's the Ben Franklin essay. Ben Franklin wrote an essay in 1751, and it said clearly that the number of pure whites, it's called The Increase of Mankind, and it's on a Gov website. Ben Franklin penned, and it was a racist essay. He wanted America to be populated by rosy reds, by whites. And he said emphatically in paragraph 24, the number of pure whites is proportionably very small. And if you understand that and look at the demographics, whites as a whole, they control, but they've been put in these places. Again, you could assume powers that be in the 19th century. That's my focus. My work has to be on the 19th century, because what power, what devilish power caused them to be the leaders of the mining countries, South Africa mines, Australia mines, New Zealand mines, the mining places they're controlling. It's just an interesting thing where I'm trying to give back to my people, but through monetary programs, and I've launched my own gold-backed coin for the betterment and for the help of people, because we need economic empowerment, and then a plan before we decide to move and mobilize. But this is just I yield. Sorry for taking too much time.
No, thank you, Dr. McDonald. We were talking about definition of the diaspora, and you raised some, more questions and just more history about the diaspora and the diversity. And at least now we know we have our coordinator in Poland. You've been deputized. All right. Herschel, then Kwame, then Philip.
So can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
So I was called back to service by Ambassador Ali, the first ambassador from the African Union to the Americas. I was served under His Excellency David Morrow, who was the senior honorary consul from the Republic of Guinea to the United States under the OAU. Trained in Luxor when I lived in Egypt, and a member of the Second General Assembly of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. So in 2013,
Blessing, we need you to mute
Might pull up your mics.
Yeah. Continue, Herschel.
So in 2013, in 2012 was the first meeting of the AU Assembly on the diaspora, 2012. 2022 was the second meeting, and first meeting was held in South Africa, second meeting was held in Ireland. Majority of you are not participating in the work of the AUC, much let alone Ecosoc, from the first General Assembly, the second General Assembly, third, and now the fourth. The African Union has launched in 2013 at the AU mission a consultation with the diaspora. On the first day, a whole bunch of people. Didn't work get done. By the time of the last day, I think we had 30 people. It's called Agenda 2063. 5 10-year periods. We just entered into the second 10-year period. For those of you saying Africa doesn't have a plan, wrong. Africa got a plan. It is not waiting for the diaspora to bring it together, to participate. We now have a historic opportunity to leverage the diaspora in the United States in this global fight that started in 711 AD when the Arabs started the global African slave trade, and they ended it in 1962 with 20 million Arabs. If you ever wondered why those brothers and sisters look like they're off the block in Nairobi, is because in 711 AD, when the Arabs conquered Rome and Africa, they created this infrastructure that they did not end until 1962, officially. We have a unique opportunity with the creation of August 2nd, 2021, of the nations of the world who voted to create a permanent forum on people of African descent. And we have the upcoming fourth session in New York. Starting on Monday, you have the 35th session of the Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent. what you have when the brother was talking about, he created a gold-backed coin that there's several African nations who have fiat-based coins, or they have coins that have been put on the market that have no play. And South Africa, of course, is part of BRICS and the New Development Bank. But there is, for the first time, there has been a proposal put on the place for a African-based revenue anticipation note based on the $300 trillion in assets that are in the ground. And that's not my figure, that's EY. From the work in 2013 when in Zimbabwe, they created Zim Assets, public-private partnership. If you want to know more about it, just Google Zimbabwe Zim Assets. The uniqueness of the plan that's being put forth for the continent is $400 billion a year for the next 75 years. For those of us in the United States, $6 trillion. For those in the diaspora, $4 trillion, $300 billion specifically for Haiti, which is the first nation in the world that had true democracy for all human beings. It wasn't the United States, it was Haiti. Now, this is a plan that was put forth on October 7th. And now on December 2nd, they changed the date from November to December 2nd at the United Nations headquarters. I don't know how many of you have registered for being there or being online, but you still have a chance in 2025 on the permanent forum on April 14th through the 17th in New York, to plan to be there, to join at I think our last meeting, we had maybe 970 people? Okay. You have a chance to participate because the nations of the world did that. So what is your plan? And when you talk about sovereignty, that you're going to create a nation out of the United States, then come January 20th, there's a rule on the books that the Biden administration perfected from the Obama administration that you'll be named an enemy combatant. Secretary Rice made that threat in 2016 to me when we asked for the Obama administration in July at the State Department to issue the funds that he could do using quantitative easing. The current president's going to come in with the ability to issue, if you heard about the fight on the Federal Reserve, is the whole reason is he's going to come into office with the ability to issue $10 trillion worth of new Federal Reserve debt that will not be on the books. It will not be American debt. So the work that we have done has been based off of being part of the National Community Reinvestment Coalition that since 2016 has created, with Federal Reserve Banks, $580 billion worth of community benefit agreements that very few of you have learned about because the leadership did not tell you about that and that we did not promote it, but rather put it in place so that now in 2024, we have the request using Domestic Federal Acquisition Regulations 15.6. Brother says he's an attorney. He'd like to talk to those who are attorneys, those who are willing to work within the intergovernmental organization of the world in reality. And that reality was set in motion on February 4th, 2022, in a 5,000 word communique by Russia and China. And so in that world, come January 20th, somewhat 52 days from now, we're looking for those who want to leverage that capacity that was put in place in 2019 on the basis of the creation of the leaders of Africa sitting down with the President of the United States and putting together for the African Development Bank the financing modality that could be implemented with a first investment of $5 billion to be followed up, but then COVID hit in 2020. And we could not overcome Stephen Miller because we did not have a united voice. Well, we spent that time in between that to put that voice together. We hired the people on Wall Street to make it happen. We've had defeats over the past year, but we think that we can bring this together. I hope to work with those of you who are interested. My information's in the chat, and it's open to any questions that you may have, if it's allowed. Thank you.
Crucial information, Herschel. It's a lot. I understand you were in another meeting today. I don't know if it was your own or just another forum where you were presenting. But those of you that are interested and have these questions, definitely, you're talking about leveraging an opportunity, right? And that's what coordination is all about. But we have to understand what that opportunity is. And you're right, a lot of us, we don't understand. So you took the time to explain it point by point. So even me, I'm still digesting all of that.
I'll put in the chat.
Yeah, I want to ask you this because somebody asked me this week to ask you very quickly and very, very succinctly. It is it's just an average person asking this. Is me, average person asking. People say, okay, Herschel, you talk about all of this money. Where is it? Where is it? Who has it?
So PNC Bank, it is one, just type in NCRC space PNC space $88B.
Okay.
So that bank right now, and so anywhere that you are that's on this call that has a PNC bank that's local to you, we want to hear from you because our national 700 member coalition, we are going for the ask. There's about 30 billion of the 88 billion left. And so we're making the Black Folks Plan local to you. We're going to work with you to do what we do as an architect engineering firm, as X, Y, and Z, as a fiscal fiduciary. All that will be made available to you to create your solution so that you will be able to tell the next person, well, yeah, we did this with them. That's there. It's real. Okay. All right. So we've come up, we've determined the strategy. We are now implementing it. as of November 19th. Yesterday, on Thanksgiving Day and my 69th day of being here, after 7 heart attacks and 10 heart surgeries, a couple deaths, 2 rounds of COVID, that we agreed, we had a board meeting, and for implementation on Monday in New York at the United Nations, we're making this available to whoever, principally in the United States, but in other countries, as countries, that this is available to them because of what we did in August and yada, yada, yada. Okay, you want to know more, go to blackfolksplan.org. It's right there.
Thank you, Comrade Herschel. Outstanding. Reverend Kwame?
Hold up. Free Lane. I want to ask him, are those business loans? Is this investment or what? At this PNC Bank?
Five different things in general. One, it is housing and housing loans. 2, it is business loans. 3, it is community development investments, and some of them are grants. Okay, so if you have, like we're in the US, we're a community development financial institution, on a national basis. So as a CDFI, you can take advantage of that for opportunity investments. We also have an EB5 in our network for investments. It's also the grants, philanthropic grants. Now, usually the philanthropic grants, like in the PNC agreement, there's about 200 and some million left in philanthropic grants out of the 500 million in the agreement. Okay, so in the 5th area, which is in January 20th, is DEIA, okay, diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility. So the DEI is going to be pulled back, but the accessibility is there. Okay, so like I said, if you want to look at one, just type in NCRC space PNC space $88B, and that will show you what one of the community benefit agreements looks like.
Somebody please drop that in the chat. All right.
I will.
Okay. Let's move forward because I see that people still have their hands up, which is great. Reverend Kwame, you have the floor.
Gratitude, all protocols observed. First of all, congratulations for what has been a very insightful and powerful meeting thus far. Of course, through the chair to all the elders, I pray that I have your permission to proceed. As we engage this discourse, it's very important for us to understand, overstand, and understand that there is a way things are done when they are successful. I'm going to try to put 124 years, actually 127 years into a thumbnail. So I covet your prayers. If we look at the World Zionist Organization, and we look at the Pan-African Congresses, and we compare and contrast the two, the World Zion Congress and the Pan-African Congresses, the major difference between the two is a 4-year gap in terms of when they started, to start with. But everything else could be as different as night and day. So while they are only 4 years separating them in terms of their time on the big blue-green planet, virtually everything between them in terms of institution and results are stark contrast. It's a masterclass in contrast. But favorably, we do have this masterclass available to us. And of course, as we look at it, we have to understand that after 124 years, now Henry Sylvester Williams, Trinidadian like myself, my information is in the chat, Ambassador Reverend Kwame Kamau. So I will not do a bio. I just left a few links for you all to take a look at. But when we compare and contrast the two, we recognize that Theodore Herschel et al. In 1897 they had put together the WZO as both an legislative authority and executive body for the Zionist movement at the time. Of course, with regards to that process, they've met virtually every 5 years since, and they manage significant financial resources. And of course, I'm very happy to hear from Dr. Wilton McDonald II, as well as the last elder to speak, who's talking about resources and financial resources being marshaled to make a difference, because without it, we're not going anywhere. This WZO, World Zion Organization, including the Jewish National Fund and the Jewish Agency of Israel, they collectively control substantial assets and budgets. We don't. So let's compare the success of WZO and their participation in the World Zion Congress in terms of results. 5 very important results as compared to our PACs. One, organizational structure. They are very robust, an organizational framework for their Congress, ensuring smooth operations and effective decision making. Secondarily, if I were to think about it, financial support. WZO allocates nearly $1 billion annually to support Zionist education and infrastructure. So again, very excited about what the elder was saying a little while ago, and that of my colleague and friend, Dr. Wilton McDonald. Of course, this backing is essential to the Congress's initiatives and projects, including being able to fly persons that belong to that Jewish community to Israel whenever they desire to, at least once in their lifetime. 3, global reach. They have significant global reach in over 30 countries, and they have very broad representation, and they, as a result of that, have legitimacy and impact that the Congresses do not enjoy, do not have. And of course, we know the formation of the State of Israel in 1948 could not have happened without the World Zion Organization. So they are so powerful that they've created a nation state within a nation state. And whether you are for or against that, the reality is the power to do that came from an NGO that was able to put its house in order in a relatively short space of time. Now, by contrast, our PACs did not put together a permanent organization, a world body to represent us as a people, as an African people. We suffer from very serious financial limitations, both within and without Africa. Political fragmentation is rife. We lack this, again, centralized body to mediate and resolve conflicts. And with regards to the process, there's limited participation in PACs and very, again, inconsistent funding, because we do not have a central mechanism to organize our affairs. We have 1,000 different organizations within the diaspora, and I'm being very, very euphemistic here. This is a gross, stating of the reality, and everyone wants to be the lead organization to move the African agenda forward, not just the African continental agenda, but also the African diaspora agenda. Until we end that madness, I believe, and I'm prophesying now, that another 124 years is going to expire, and we are going to be right here. And we would not have moved an inch forward. But again, I'm thankful to the elders in the room, persons like His Excellency out of Barbados, they're my good friend, Philip Springer, Ambassador, Wilton McDonald, of course, Siphiwe and what he's doing here. And again, the latest elder to speak, because hopefully coming out of this debacle, this colossal embarrassment, this put in your place, to use a local Trinidad parlance, if it were, we would finally get our act together. I'm looking forward to the strategy meeting because I have an entire report on what I just discussed, in addition to a number of other things that can be brought to the table so we can finally solve this issue of creating the kind of robust organization that is really going to be required for us to move anything significant. And I would want to land there with a thanks to everyone for participating. And again, I'm looking forward to successive steps, but again, knowing that until we put together something truly representative, both by way of governance and government, we are not going anywhere. And that is the Achilles heel of Africans. We don't like owners. We don't like centralization. We don't like authority. It's a post-slavery traumatic syndrome issue that we continue to suffer from. And until we overcome that post-traumatic slavery syndrome, again, we will not be going anywhere. And I do not want to have a self-fulfilling prophecy. I want us to make me wrong. And I want us to prove that we can overcome that syndrome, really get together, choose our leaders right, and get behind them and support them with all of our heart, mind, soul, and strength, because people did much more with much less. We have the time, talent, and treasure, and we can do it. With that, I land there, thanking everyone for their participation.
Great, thanks again, Reverend Kwame Kamau. I happen to agree that we have an opportunity right now, as a result of this challenge that was put to us. We started building momentum. Then we got the cease and desist. This thing has become something else. It is a moment ripe where, if we listen to the wisdom of Reverend Kwame Kamau and others in the room, Jasmine, right? If we listen to this wisdom and say, okay, we have to do something for ourselves, regardless of anybody, any institution, and we have to get it right. And we can do it without skipping steps. We can do it in a relatively reasonable time frame without skipping steps, through clarity of vision by those who have been working and know what to do, when to do, how to do it, and coordination. So this is what is emerging out of this 6th region, what started out as the 6th region election process. I've been told I can't use it in our name, but I can say the words African Union 6th region and Ecosoc. I'm sorry, I can say the words. We can't put them on a piece of paper and talk about the elections, but we can say the words, right? This is what is emerging out of this, a necessity that we have to have self-respect, self-determination. The Pan-African Federalist Movement put out an article talking about unity as a force multiplier we actually wrote it as a mathematical equation. Strength in, we used to say strength in numbers. So this is the moment where we have to get those numbers in the right process with the right framework that we set for ourselves. And Reverend Kwame and I have had a lot of discussions on this, and he has a lot to say about what it is, what it looks like, and its components. So we need to hear more about that. And I'm looking forward to having a town hall where he can fully expand on that. All right, so it is now 2:35 here in the morning in Guinea-Bissau. We're going to give my comrade Jami Lukman the floor, and then we're going to have Philip seal up the meeting for us. So we have just 2 more. Brother Lukman?
Free the land, comrade.
By any means.
First of all, I want to pretty much go back and forth with you to clarify some things that's on my mind.
Okay.
Insofar as a strategy dealing with this issue from the Secretariat of Ecosoc, not Ecosoc itself, because the Secretariat is a part of the CEDO and under the commission, not within the Ecosoc.
Mm-hmm.
What is the approach on handling this cease and desist letter? Is we just gonna just let it sit on the table and just, or is we gonna try to get the African Commission on Human People Rights or some other organ to let them know that, hey man, they are usurping our and encroaching upon our rights and our authority?
Okay. So good question. I'm going to try to do this without visuals, even though I like having the documents and the visuals. So far, the strategy that we've already implemented is we responded to the cease and desist letter and we said, hey, we're going to comply with it, right? Why? Because the cease and desist letter accused us of trying to represent ourselves as representatives of the African Union and Ecosoc, which clearly we weren't doing. We, as we explained from the very beginning, were running a parallel process because we were excluded from the process. So the strategy that we have implemented is, first of all, because we are attempting to be included in the work with them, we're not trying to get into an adversarial and aggressive and hostile relationship. So we're complying with the cease and desist. We have removed the bannerhead that we were using that mentioned AU 6th region Ecosoc elections. So we have removed that and we have come up with, nomenclature that we use in our regional groups, that we talk about African diaspora.
Your signal is getting, we're losing your signal.
Oh, you're losing.
Hold on a minute.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, because it's, like I said, it's 2 something in the morning. If I get cut off, hold on, let me make somebody.
Yeah, so hold on a minute. Let's see if your signal get back stronger right quick.
Moriel left, so let me make a co-host here.
You still weak, breaking up.
Yeah, hold on.
You're fine, Siphiwe. I can hear you clearly.
You're good on everybody else's. I think it's Brother Jamie's.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so let me continue. So we're complying with the cease and desist.
Did we lose them all together?
No, we're good. Everybody else says they can hear me, Brother Lukeman, so it might be on your end. So let me continue, and then.
Okay, we didn't hear your last statement.
All right, and then Cam, if you stop hearing me, let me know. But I'm assuming everybody else can hear me. All right. We're complying with the cease and desist. We hope that our good faith, we're going to continue with the mobilization. We're going to use the words African diaspora 6th region elections, because the cease and desist says we cannot use the words African Union Ecosoc. So, okay, we don't have a problem with that. We're going to stylize whatever flyers and things we put out there in a way where we cannot be confused with representing AU and Ecosoc. So we're complying, but we're going to continue moving forward with what we're going to do. Within the next 48, 72 hours, we expect to deploy a very robust African diaspora assembly of peoples and civil society organizations. This will allow us to have one hub with all the regions that everybody can register in. And one of the neat features is when you register, you have to actually take a visual scan of your face so that we can verify that you are a diasporan. And so we're going to have a technical advantage to be able to create a database, which was one of the original, the holy grails of the Diaspora Initiative, was to create an African diaspora skills database. We're actually going to do that. Think of a DMV. Anybody within that jurisdiction has to register. So think of a DMV database that is now searchable and queryable by region, specialized technical experience, any way that we want to be able to identify who's in the 6th region, who's in the diaspora, what organizations they are, and what area of expertise you have. That's going to be...
Okay, so let me ask you this.
So hold
what
on.
If...
And then, so going forward, the strategy is to win through integrity and excellence, right? By demonstrating fidelity and integrity and transparency and opportunity for the people and their civil society organizations to move forward and to fight the good fight. And finally to transition into the kinds of organizations and networks that Reverend Kwame was talking about, that the AU is already agreed to work with. But it will be done in a way where it's inclusive and transparent in a way that they haven't been previously. All right, go ahead, continue.
What if when the Secretariat present his modalities and get them and whatever they is, and then they come back approved, and we look at them, we say, dang, majority of us on this in the diaspora feel that that they wrong and that they're not appropriate for us, and that he should have consulted us more. Then what do? We just swallow the bullet?
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, if they come
I'm
up
being a devil's advocate.
So they come up with their diaspora inclusion legal framework, and it's not to our satisfaction, our liking, and we see all kind of flaws within it. Then what do? Then we explain why, and why what we have done is more adequate. I think the real question is not if the framework is inadequate, but whether or not those that we elect are ineligible according to their framework. That would be the real challenge. We may not like their framework, but as long as our candidates, those that we elected, were eligible, then we can present to them and we say, okay, you've got your framework in place. We had a truly representative gathering. We've met the requirements, and here are our people. Are you going to accept them or not? Because it's in alignment with your requirements. That's one issue. It's if they come up with something that none of our candidates, I can't imagine a scenario where none of our candidates, none of our elected people fit the requirements, because we're not so childish as to elect people that wouldn't, in truth and in spirit, be qualified to represent us. I didn't exactly answer the question straight on because I don't know. We will have to cross that bridge when we get to it. And if anybody wants to suggest a way to do that, I'm open to it. All right. Did you want to continue, Lukeman, or was there more? Because I see.
So we're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and elect our 20 CSOs for the Ecosoc. And organize,
if we can reach the standard of a truly representative assembly, which is 400 to 600 minimum in each region.
Okay.
There's no point in us trying to do an election when we haven't met that standard yet.
Okay, what about insofar as organizing the 6th region? I think I read something about and wanted to talk about some type of council over the whole 6th region to represent us towards the African Union as a whole. Ain't that was something? And then I'm like, you come up with 9 different divisions in the 6th region, and I'm looking at the let's say, for example, we wanted to be represented on the executive council. Have we thought and planned on how our representation would speak and represent us at the executive council so that we can come together with leadership at that level?
No, because that's way ahead in the game. That's way down the road. We do have an enter and enlarge. We can't really seriously start talking about trying to get to the executive council. We haven't even gotten in Ecosoc. And that's where they've
Well,
left
what
the
would be
door
our
open to us.
leadership? What would be our leadership structure for the 6th region? So that we speak with one voice.
It will emerge out of this process. First of all, we have to have a truly representative assembly who could then answer that question. There are proposals on the table. AUADS High Council has its structure. Another proposal is that each region form Pan-African networks, right, following the model of the Caribbean Pan-African Network and the Asia-Oceania Pan-African Network, which the AU recognizes, right, and already does business. Now, they're not seated in Ecosoc, but when AU wants to engage the diaspora, they do through these two organizations. So there is a model to follow. But it's not for the 40 of us on this call to decide that. The task in front of us is let's just keep it simple and follow the instructions. Hold a truly representative gathering and elect 20 representatives to go to the round table to meet with the African Union, Ecosoc, and other AU member states. If we focus on that task at hand, all of these other things can emerge out of that process in a collective fashion where it's not one small private clique of people deciding everything. First, we have the assembly, then we bring the issues to come to a consensus on what will emerge out of it. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, but now first of all, I want to say that I agree with Brother Ambassador Kamau in when he spoke about the 120 some years problem that he was addressing in the Caribbean of that lack of unity. And me, myself, I have spoke about the situation of disunity in the United States over a course of 150 years. And of course, you know that I have spoke about in several of my writings about the golden key at every level of our movement, starting at the very low level of community and dealing with, and then in our different organizations, between our different organizations, and then within our different movements, and between our different movements, and then going to the national level, then the international global level, and then the Pan-African level. At every level of the struggle, even in Africa, in the nations, within the African Union, and vice versa, the same issue, root problem, same thing causing the lack of unity. That is unable to control the egoism, the elitism, the factionalism, the sectarianism, right? The fascism, the subversion, the collaboration with the enemy, and the disloyalty. There's one golden key. If you apply that golden key, whatever level you're at the different levels, the unity comes and it stabilizes and it lasts. For some reason, I'm gonna give you an example. It don't necessarily have to be a democratic system. It could be a dictatorial system. The key is that there has to be a final arbiter that everyone respects. For example, everybody condemned Captain Ibrahim Traoré in Burkina Faso because it was a coup d'etat, right? Well, we've had constitutional coups. What's wrong with his coup if all the people accepted and respect him as the final arbitrator of all their disputes and all their questions?
So let's fast forward it. Let's fast forward it. Okay, I don't disagree with that. Let's fast forward it. How do you get everybody to accept a final arbiter by December? Because we're in this process.
You're talking about in the 6th region or for the 6th region?
Yeah, for the 6th region.
Well, first of all, you have to use education is key. Creating an awareness of different situations and where they have failed, right? And because we're dealing with a mindset right here that's more Western orientated instead of African orientated, even though a lot of people in the Caribbean understand and embrace the Elder Council of Elders concept,
What I'm getting at is, not to cut you because we've had this conversation, I understand, but what I'm getting at is, wouldn't the very things that you are identifying that has kept us from unity be the very thing that keeps us from identifying and all accepting the arbitrator that you speak of?
You have to educate people.
Yes,
we have to, as to what the root problem is, how long this same problem has been systematic in our communities and at various levels, and what is the one fix. Regardless of whether you're dealing with the controversy in the AU, whether you're dealing with the controversy and the conflicts in any country that has a constitutional crisis right now, right? Or regardless whether you're dealing with a movement that's got that's splintered on divisiveness and fragmented, or whether you're dealing with a single organization in this committee that is in an interconnecting internal fight. Once you identify a body that can serve as a final arbitrator that everybody will respect, whether they win or lose or draw, then you have a way to establish lasting unity, one strategic direction, and stability and progress consistently. And unless you don't have that.
Do you see a possibility of having that in the next 3 months?
It's got to be an education campaign.
Okay.
At the same time.
Do you see this is coming out of your head. So you're the baby, you're the initiator, you're the one responsible for it, to bring it from idea into reality, right? So what kind of time frame do you see completing that process where somehow we all agree this is going to be the final arbitration?
Well, the thing about it is when you draw the different proposals up, understand that I'm going to say there has to be an adjudicatory body. And that can be a fair judge. Even if we have a parliament, or even if we have executive councils or whatnot, who's going to be that impartial adjudicator of a policy dispute or internal strategy matter?
So what I'm saying is that's even bigger than electing 20 representatives. So what I'm saying is this process that we're going through is like the pilot project for the process to then put in place what you're talking about, which is bigger than just 20 representatives. Okay.
Well, you can start with just
if we can't just elect 20 representatives, putting in place an institution and a mechanism like what you're talking about, which is, I think, even more challenging. So we gotta.
Well, you don't have to put in the final. You don't have to put in what's going to be the final body that would set up itself as a 6-region court or adjudicatory. You can set up a panel of 3 or whatever to serve temporary.
How do you get everybody to agree that we're going to respect their decision and whatever they say is just going to be enforced? We're not there yet. In theory, I agree with you, right? But and then we'll move on from this because we don't want to get stuck on this. But in theory, I agree with you. But the same thing that you already identified that has prevented us from coming into unity on every other thing we've tried to set up is going to be in play in this. So you're right. It's going to take an education process, which means it's going to be an education campaign, which has to have a director and resources and media, and people have to spend time. It's a consciousness raising, and it's a change. Yes, we need people of integrity, people of theocratic appointings that can't be corrupted, whose integrity is unimpeachable and impeccable. And we have to be able to produce them in every generation to run the government.
But see, the thing is, we're not looking, when we said that we're trying to get everybody on board, we're setting an unrealistic goal. The goal is not, you're going to always have some haters. You're going to always have some naysayers. You're going to always have some people who want to, be everything about them or try to, and if it ain't their creation and whatnot, they're going to be a problem. Those are not the people. So trying to unify and get everybody, you're never going to do that. we'll never be free. The goal is to get
but you
all
said
those people
somebody
who
that everybody who's in conflict with each other respects and agrees to adjudicate. Now, we don't have everybody on board right now, but we're obviously moving forward and making great progress. We don't have everybody on board.
what you want to get is everybody who's sincerely dedicated to the African Sixth Region. Those people, once they see something reasonable and that this is something, and you establish it, and they can see by looking at the history and the different analogies that you give that, hey, this is the solution to the problem, and this is a thorough and research. You dig what I'm saying? People with reasonable minds and who are sincere, they're going to embrace that.
And
people who got selfish.
This is what exactly is happening. And people with the agendas and the problems that you already identified are going to gatekeep, sabotage, cease and desist, whatever, right? So what you just described is what we did. And
okay, those people you got to leave behind.
Well, we're moving forward.
But I'm saying for us people who really care, who really want unity, and who not trying to get excessive self advancement or position of power or fame and stuff like that. For us, we can set up something temporary to dissolve. Let's say, for example, we got a committee trying to do something and they can't agree, and it's two different committees, and we have something.
Comrade Lukeman, this is what we're doing. So everybody who feels like what you just said, your assignment is the first thing, we got to get 400 to 600 people in each region. So if you truly, are behind this, we're asking everyone, get your 3 other people, 5 other people, 10 other people to come into the groups. Once all the groups have 400 to 600 and we transition them to the website in the database, that will be, we'll have the capacity and the visibility and the platform to go from 800 to 8,000 and then to go from 8,000 to 80,000. So it's one assignment right now. Get people to come in, explain to them, right? Give them the education, the information that we've already shared, that we've put in the chat. You go and you explain it, right? We had how many people on there? We had 66, I think, people on this meeting. How do we get from 66 in this meeting to tomorrow night when GAC out of the UK asked me to talk about this? How do we get 66 from this platform to be 600 on tomorrow's platform? Whose responsibility is that? Because ours. So this is what I'm saying. So the thing that you're asking for already exists. It's a process. The process is here. Not everybody's not everybody is going to agree with it. Not all the structures are built, but we're now at step E, getting ready for step F. That means some steps have been already completed, and we got many more to go, following this organic kind of process. And we've got great minds like yourself, like Philip, like Reverend Kamal, like Dr. Truth Bay, like Herschel, like Jasmine. We've got all of these great thinkers. But right now the task is the assignment. Let's focus on one task. How do we get a truly representative gathering? I defined it. It could be changed. I defined it as 400 to 600 people in each region. That's 3,600 to 5,400. So until we can demonstrate we have the capacity to do that, which in the grand scheme of things is small numbers, we don't need to be talking about anything else grander than that. We can do that, we can do that in other forums. But in this particular campaign, that's the focus. Let's prove that we can do that. Get that under our belt. All right, let's move.
Well, I didn't bring up the issue of disunity. We can get 4,000 to 6,000 in a campaign and get them together, but can we keep them together?
I believe that we can. Do you?
Not if you ain't got that right institution that's going to serve as the final arbitrator when they go to disputing over strategy, policy, or fundamental things of crucial importance to the whole body or the whole community of people.
Well, and for the time being, the gathering, all of us, we are that.
We are what?
For the final arbitrator for ourselves.
Well, right now, what you have is a participatory democracy, and it's fine and it's good, but there has to be that's only so a participatory democracy has to have some form of stabilizer and adjudicator at a several level. Otherwise, it'd just be mob.
All right. Well, we don't have that, so let's pack up and go home.
No, you create it.
Okay.
You create it.
All right. Let's create it. Let's move on. All right.
Free the land.
Free by any means, right? I'm not in disagreement with you. I'm saying, okay, we can create it, but we are where we are right now. There's theory, and then there's the organic process. All right. I see Portia. Philip, I said you were going to go next, but that's because I thought we were going to finish, but then we had more hands. So do you want to go now, or do you want to finish?
I will wait till the very end.
All right.
I have to say. So
all right.
I will wait.
All right.
Thank you.
So let's go with PP on my screen. It's PP Hamid X and then Portia. Go ahead, brother Hamid X.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, 1 second. All right. You hear me now, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, doctor. And I want to say thank you to Dr. Chuf, who invited me to be among these wonderful people. In the name of humility, and I'm grateful to be with you guys. And I really enjoyed this meeting. So I'm from Haiti. So I'm in Canada, and I want to say sorry for my accent because I'm not a native English speaking folks. And so I've heard and observed. I do have a question. First of all, let me introduce myself more in detail. So I am the president and the founder of Euphrasia Kingdom Ministries International, located in Ontario, Canada, and I am the president of the political party named Hamad in Haiti. So as well, and I am a community leader and a youth developer. So I believe in the beauty of humanity and everything around me, and I give God thanks for that. And I'm here to contribute and in the advancement and of the world. So I do have a question. Dr. Baleka, that's the name?
Yeah, Baleka, and I'm not a doctor.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. So I do have a question. What are your strategies for building, let's say, entrepreneurs, producers, and as well as innovators, and also the people who can tap into the area of influential that will create value to to create value for the society and add value for the society in terms of business, in terms of banking system, marketing, and convert our raw material into a robust economic system that, and together as one, we can create a corporation. But the idea of corporation, I see you don't mention that. You focus more in organization. What do you think about that?
So I have absolutely no strategy for that because that's not what this is. I'm not setting up an organization to solve all of our problems. I'm not trying to be the leader of a community or a nation or anything. All that I am doing is facilitating a process that will convene a truly representative gathering of the African diaspora for the purpose of electing 20 representatives who would be maybe eligible to take the seats allotted to the diaspora in the African Union Economic and Social and Cultural Council. It is a task with a very limited objective, and I'm not sure why people think I have the answer or have to come up with solutions to food sovereignty, entrepreneurship, health, education, satellite technology. No. One little small exercise that we've been trying to do for 20 years and haven't been able to accomplish. So that's my answer.
Okay, I understand. I have a second question.
Okay.
What are the qualities do you looking for among those people you want to elect or select?
Capacity and experience.
Qualities, I'm saying. What are the qualities are you looking for in those folks you want to select to be the representative?
Integrity and wisdom.
That's it?
Those are, to me, I think, what we need. I mean, come on, we're adults here. I believe in our people in our community that we're going to elect people who have demonstrated capacity to understand the issues, represent the constituency, the hopes and aspirations of the diaspora with truth and integrity and wisdom, be able to navigate the world of diplomacy with creative ideas and knowledge of current political trends. I mean, don't we all understand that from the get-go?
No, I'm just asking you a question. You don't know? So, yeah.
It's an open process. It's whoever the people can nominate whoever they think is qualified. It's not for me or for anyone to say, this is my opinion. This is the requirements or whatever. So it's an open process. I believe in our people to nominate people that are truly qualified, whatever that may be. The people will decide it.
Okay, all right, no problem. What are the structure you put in place to recruit those people, or as well to test them? Because everything, even the manufacturer, before they release a product, they have to test it. So to protect the credibility and as well the reputation of the manufacturer. So I just asked you this question not to let's say goes against you. I just want to make sure to see exactly where you stand. That's all.
Yeah, no,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And hold on one second, I'm going to pull it up. So when we first started the campaign, we had published the following. Hold on, give me a second to pull it up. I gotta go through my. Here it is. All right. And then let me share the screen. All right. Share screen. All right. So disclaimer, the only version of the guidelines that I have are the ones that we originally used in the beginning when we used our original logo that we're no longer used. So disclaimer, we are not part of the African Union. We are not representing the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. We have nothing to do with them. We are completely independent African civil society and African diaspora civil society and peoples. All right. So we were mindful that when the AU put out the call for the Ecosoc Fourth General Assembly for the 5 regions, that they did have criteria that they set. So we are mindful of that. And from that, candidates' interest in election process guidelines. All interested parties join their regional WhatsApp group. Town hall meetings are scheduled and held. All interested parties who wish to run as candidate must present their completed 6th region application form and post it in the group. All group members must read and digest each candidate's submission. A subgroup of the regional group will be created and called results. On voting day, which will be determined, each group member will name the candidate he wishes to vote for and post it in the subgroup results. Everyone will be able to see and determine who has received the most votes. Elected candidates will then be published officially through the medias. Okay, so here is the breakdown. It's 4 candidates and 4 deputies for Brazil, 4 and 4 for USA, 4 and 4 for Caribbean, 2 and 2 for South America, 2 and 2 for Europe, 1 and 1 for Middle East, 1 and 1 for Central America, Canada, and Oceania each. All right. Here's the application form. Read the full procedure here and download the official application form that the Ecosoc uses for the 5 regions. Form extracted from AU Ecosoc for the 6th region voting process. So this is our form. But we're using the model of the AU Ecosoc and the other 5 regions to show that we're trying to be in compliance with whatever eligibility criteria they already have. So the candidate will then complete these forms, right? And then once they submit this form in December, so we're a little bit off schedule at this point, right? But the idea is once we get the candidate forms, right, then we have a series of town hall meetings where all candidates will present themselves, right? Everybody will be able to see their applications, their social media links, where you can go to their Facebook page and their Instagram page. You can, do your social media vetting. They will have a chance to present why they think there will be a good representative in these town hall meetings. And then after that, we have the vote. So that's the process that I think is an answer. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm okay. As I said that, I just asked you the question. I wanna see where I'm standing or where you stand. That's the only reason. That's okay. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, but how do you feel about that process? Would that be satisfactory?
Oh no, you
to
showed
you?
me everything. That's what I'm saying. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay for me.
Okay, good. All right.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you. Portia.
Thank you so much, Excellency Balike. Greetings, Excellencies. I would like to just make a suggestion of how to reach the 400 to 600 people in the United States of America region.
Yes.
I will not speak to other regions because, 1, I don't speak their languages, and 2, I think that would be presumptuous of me. So before I go to that suggestion, I will be remiss if I don't mention that I am the volunteer senior coordinator to Her Excellency Alice A. N. Combs, who is one of the 10 United Nations Permanent Forum members. And as I have mentioned when I spoke at another United States of America call, I believe that was last week, I am not speaking for Her Excellency N. Combs. I am speaking as Portia C. Allen. The second point is that I would know that many people on this call who have been doing this work far longer than me don't even know a bit about me. So I want to say that I was born in Fort Myers, Florida. My parents on my mother's side grew up were in economic poverty. And on my father's side, my mother is no longer with me. And on my father's side, my father is with me, grew up middle class. So these 2 environments very much shaped me and why I am where I am. So to the suggestion, and to be brief, in terms of the United States of America, how to reach, and mindful that I am not an influential person and I do not have affluence. To reach the 400 to 600 people, the suggestion is to go on podcasts. Now, this has been done, you could say arguably, if you look at El Haj Malik, his own way of doing podcasts was going into the communities with the people. Most people on this call, and please, I say this kindly, please, have access to internet, but most other people who are not on this call don't have access to internet. And what do I mean by that? They are working, they are paying the bills, and not that people on this call are not paying the bills, but even access to internet is difficult. These are the people who must be reached if it's really talking about a wide representation of people of African descent. So I reiterate, the suggestion is to have people who are among this call who are respected, to the person who spoke before, Mr. Hamed, who is respected, who will be on that podcast, who can answer questions, who can be listened to for however long the podcast be, and not come off as preachy or not come off as old or not listening. So you need an orator. You need an El Haj Malik El Shabbat, and not that has to be a man. So to get on these podcasts, especially now during the holiday season and going into the 2025 year, I think you could easily reach that 400 to 600 people. Morakosichan.
Masaganalu, thank you, Portia. Glad you are here. As you know, we run into each other when these permanent forum meetings. That's when I get to see you at your work. So it's good to see you. I'm glad you joined this process to help and contribute. And I've seen some of your posts in the WhatsApp group. I'm open to doing podcasts. We have our regional coordinators who should be doing interviews or podcasts in their region. You know, we have two regions that are Spanish speaking. The Brazil region is Portuguese speaking. Europe has English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch language. The question is how do you get invited on all those podcasts? So, you know, taking seriously your suggestion, at least in the United States, we would need somebody within that United States group to head up the podcast committee, put together a list of appropriate podcasts, contact them and say, hey, look, we want to come and promote what we're doing. Here's our speakers. Can you get us on the show between now and January 1st? Right. Somebody within the group has to take that responsibility to do that. That's what coordination is. It's not for one person to do it. And I definitely don't have the bandwidth for doing that. Another thing that prompts me, in addition to that, each sub-region, each regional group should have someone that, for example, in the United States, somebody in that regional group should make a list of every national Black association that we have. Association of nurses, association of psychologists, association of teachers, right? Every national association of our people, we should have a list, and we should invite them to endorse the elections process for the United States. These are the kinds of things that we should be doing to reach the people that you're talking about, who are not here in attendance on this virtual town hall, but they're members of these associations and networks. And if they're at the national level, let's say there's 100 national associations and we got endorsements from 57 of them. Wouldn't that be a way for us to say that our assembly in the United States was truly representative? we had a majority of the national associations of our people endorse it. So we need people thinking like this and then not putting them on the table for Siphiwe Baleka to do, right? Whoever thought of it, they should be the one who now implements it. Everybody here is a leader and is a deputy. If you have a great idea, it's your responsibility to go run and do it. And if you don't have the time, if you can think it, but you don't, it's not on your plate, you got to deputize someone. You got to explain it to someone and say, hey, I really want to get this done, but I need help. So thank you for sparking that idea portion. Now we have two great ideas, podcasts and National Association outreach. All right. I don't see any more hands except for our coordinator for the Caribbean region, Comrade Philip. So it's yours to close us out for the night.
Thank you, Brother Siphiwe. I just want to thank you for a great job that you've done so far, coordinating all of these regional, sub-regional committees. And I thank you for all of the hard work that I know you've put in. Look at the time it is for you right now. And I thought I sleep less than most people, but I think you're pretty much there as well. I say all that because we've heard a lot of discussion today from very many cross sections, and it shows you how diverse we are as a people. I have been at this for a very long time, but in a very different kind of way. First of all, I've been in private business for more than 30 years now, and to build a company from the ground up is not easy. I didn't build one, I built 26. And I am proud to say that as president, chairman, and CEO of the NTEC group of companies, which started in Canada where I grew up, and we seem to have a lot of Black Canadians in these groups everywhere I go. I started right out of university to build my future. I asked God, I didn't want to work for anyone, so I asked God for the path. And within minutes, I thought I got the answer, and I've stuck to that for the past 30-something years. Since then, I've gone on to become the CEO of ADDI, the African Diaspora Development Institute, led by Her Excellency Dr. Arikata Chiamboy. And now you've asked me to be coordinator for the Caribbean for this particular exercise. I say all that to say this. I've seen and heard most of these comments, suggestions, and all of it time and time and time again. We're never going to all agree on the path forward. And I can probably sit here and spell out probably 10 or 12 more different ways of trying to approach this matter. But the key to it is not all of that. The key to it is that we agree as a group to what the objective is. Forget about our personal gripes and our personal considerations, whatever that is. Everyone wants to think that they're right about what they're doing and what they're saying. The gentleman, Jami, alluded to a strong man. He referenced Ibrahim Traoré. And yes, he's looked up to very much in our world today as a strong Black leader. But you know, that comes with a price too. The point is this. There has to be a leader, and there have to be sub-leaders, and there have to be followers. Otherwise, we have a bunch of leaders colliding with each other, too many ideas to even come to a conclusion. We must look at all the other races. I grew up in white society. Doesn't make me better than anybody else or any worse. But what it did is it taught me how to observe how other people function and why they are succeeding and why we are often licking our wounds and wondering why we are still at the beginning, not even the starting line, the beginning to get to the starting line. That is because we're often too individualistic, and not only too individualistic, but we fail to recognize leadership. And everybody wants to climb on top to be the next leader. So you're busy tearing down rather than building up. And that has been the case. That is the curse of our race. I pray to God that we can extinguish that in the near future. And hopefully this is a start in that direction. I've seen Siphiwe this week yourself being attacked. I've seen the Caribbean group being attacked. We came out of the shoot a few days ago. I think you called me on Saturday gone and said, Philip, can you take over and be the coordinator? And I accepted the responsibility to do so. Within days, we had over 300 plus persons signed up and going north. We had planned by this weekend to have six or 700 people in our committee, and we will still reach that. But look what happened. A cease and desist order was placed upon the whole thing. And we won't go to the genesis of that because we know how that all came about and we know who the parties are. Then we saw a most amazing thing. Day before yesterday, all of a sudden, WhatsApp decided to put my group in WhatsApp jail. So no longer could we add people. No, you know what it did, Siphiwe? When I counted it today, over 200 plus people left because they didn't have the patience to sit and wait while I negotiate a resolution to the problem. By the time, I felt like Moses coming down out of the mountain, man. By the time I got that thing resolved from 4 o'clock in the morning when I got on the phone with them until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was resolved, I looked and it was 200 and something people from those 300 and something gone. I had to then start the process of rebuilding. So it isn't just we fighting against and amongst ourselves. It is also the system that is in place to defeat us. And we must understand that we're fighting about 3 or 4 different wars at the same time. So if you don't have a lot of strength and gusto and guts, stay out of the way of the people that do. They may not do it all right. They may not be even the smartest, but guess what? You're impeding their progress, impedes the progress of everybody. And this is the thing I wanted to get across, and that's why I waited so late to speak my mind. I was invited here tonight as one of the panelists to speak to our friend Evelyn, and I didn't get to say a lot because it was quite intense relative to what she had to say. So I allowed the process to play out. But this last moment here, I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear that we must first state the objective and understand and agree on what the objective is. The objective is to get 20 persons elected to represent the 6th region at the AAU. That is the only objective. After that, we can figure out internally how it is that we will carve up the calf or how we're going to fix it, you know. The point is we got to get the calf first. And we often obstruct ourselves and each other by not understanding the objective. I want to say today that it should be a singular mindset. Whether you like me or not does not put food on my table. I couldn't care less. I was a millionaire at 24 years old in Canada. I'm 65 now. Figure that out. That's 41 years. Okay. I'm not beholden to anyone. That's why I'm enjoying this role now in ADDI as well as in this particular capacity, because I'm beholden to no one. And I would like to see that independent-minded people are able to stand up and not be controlled like the Judases that we've always chosen. Pierre Lumumba says it well. we have a habit of choosing the wrong people. You know why we choose the wrong people? Because they're looking to fatten themselves or to get into office so they can improve their lives and their families and friends' lives at the expense of the rest of us. Okay? So we must first develop some self-respect. We must develop some integrity. We must develop that thick skin that allows us to ignore the attacks of our own brothers and sisters. I'll hold my tongue on that one. Let me say this in conclusion, because it's late now. And I would have said a lot more, but I'll say this. We have a lot of hardworking people who have put themselves on the line. Dr. McDonald came on here earlier and he said he spent over $100,000 in the last week alone trying to put this coin together. I can attest to that because I worked with him on that whole project. I can attest to that because we launched that project on my show, Caribbean Sovereign People's Concern, last Sunday. And some of you on here was on that show. Dr. McDonald has put his money where his mouth is. And I applaud him for what he's done. We are supporting him and we have backed him as far as getting those tokens moved so that the monies can be generated. But let me say this, let's move away from that for a second. We are all looking for the physical emancipation. Most of us do not think of one, the mental emancipation or the economic emancipation. And especially the economic emancipation is lacking severely in our culture. We are great consumers and we are great at serving others with all the education that we have because we're the smartest damn people on this planet. But we serve the dumbest people on this planet and they enjoy heaven on earth while we have to die to go to heaven to find heaven. Let me say this in conclusion. If heaven is the place that I was told as a child it is, and most of us still believe, why aren't all these people who profess to be, knowing heaven, why aren't they jumping off the roof or drowning themselves or cutting their wrists to get to heaven, go to this mysterious place? While I have to sit here and struggle to just keep a roof over my head or to put food on my table. Think about it for a minute. The constructs that have been given to you have been there to defeat you while the others enjoy. So I'm saying to you tonight, rally behind the leadership, rally behind Siphiwe, because I'll tell you why. Whether you like him or not, your children and your children's children's future depend on what we do. What we do here and now is gonna reflect on what we receive as our gifts going forward. With that, I say good night to all of you. I thank you for coming, for listening to all of our complaints and bitching and whining and carrying on till all 2 in the morning or whatever it is. And but beyond that, with a serious note now, I applaud all of you that are here, whatever, I think there's 37 of us left on here. I applaud all of you, but I also applaud the others who were here earlier that had to leave for whatever reason. And I thank you, Siphiwe, and I thank each and every one of you for giving me this opportunity to express myself in no uncertain terms. With that, I yield and I say a good night to all. Shalom, shalom. Thank you.
Can you leave your contact info, Brother Philip Springer?
Pardon me? Sorry?
Your contact information, can you put that in the chat, please?
Certainly. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
But I'm glad you let me say this, Siphiwe. I've been working with my team here in the Caribbean for some time now. We've developed a company called, one of my companies is Entech Media Corp, which I run a daily 4-hour show in the morning from 5 a.m. until whatever. Sometimes it goes beyond 4 hours, but every morning it's an informational show called the Global Independence Square. Anyone can contact me for those informations. We also have we also have iTech Caribbean, which is a company that does platforms and different technological products. With that, we were planning for some time now. We have Meetup One, which a lot of you know of. We have Carib Social, Clip Bus, and Chat Vibes. Chat Vibes is equivalent to that of WhatsApp. And it's so funny that we've had that product for over a year sitting on the shelf because we were developing the other ones and they're coming along very nicely. But after the experience yesterday with WhatsApp and prior to that, Facebook, I gave my people today marching orders and we went to work. That this war has to be fought on every level. If you're a good general, you will recognize what the battlefield is, and you must then work to defeat your enemy. And I told WhatsApp yesterday, and I told Facebook, I was actually rougher with Facebook than I was with WhatsApp. I told them that we are not relenting, and if they found any community violations, then I would concede. But after 12 hours of jibber jabbering and back and forth, they conceded that there was no violation. But what they did was damage what we were doing. They damaged us. So we decided to take matters in our own hands and move away from them. So going forward, we will use clip buffs. I today made sure that my team put everything in place necessary for this to be so that we cannot continue to be impeded by these people. I may seem a little hostile or angry, but it's late. I've been up for 14 hours working already today, folks. So I'm allowed to be a little, rough, here and there. But I mean no offense to anyone, okay? Let me say to you, I will work with anybody here that wants my assistance. And I don't mean that in any arrogant way. I'm just about my people. And if you know my journey, which you will find out at some point in time, you'll know that it's been a kind of a crazy one, but I won't go into that now. I just want you to understand that you must be resolved to winning, but not just win. If you don't win, if you don't play the game right, you can't win. So you must understand that you must put your ego aside. You must take leadership. To be a good leader, you must listen to leaders. You must also learn to follow. So I will say now to you, good night, but we're going to have this conversation again. My next town hall meeting is Wednesday. This Wednesday coming, the posters will be posted, and we're moving forward, folks. Wednesday night, we already scheduled Wednesday night, and next Saturday night on my platform, Meetup One, we will be seeing you there. So have a good night, all, and may God be with you and be blessed. Shalom, shalom. Yeah, I will send you my information, Dr. Chube. Thank you.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone. Good night.
Shalom. Blessings.
Shalom, shalom.
Good night. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good night.
Good night.
Great program. Thank you.
Prophet, good to see you. Good night.
Good night.
Peace
Good night.
and
Good night.
blessings.
Shalom. Shalom.
Good night.
Good night. Brother Cam.
Good night, everybody.
All right.
Good night, brothers, everyone. What's up, brother Siphiwe?
Hey.
Great work, brother. Great work.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. I thought you had your hand up for a minute.
I did. I had to keep putting it down. I was in a compromised position. So
haven't seen you for a while.
Okay.
Good to see you again.
Great job, brother Siphiwe. Black Power.
Hey, good to see you, Eugene.